any matters of housekeeping that you want to deal with?
Sorry, just to check that you received the note on the amenity space and the balcony provision overnight from us.
I have indeed, and a clarification for the council in relation to a figure in the note that was submitted yesterday or the day before relating to housing land. There was a correction relative to 2,400, 4,200.
Yes,
so
we've received that.
I've picked that up. I should also say that I've got the note relative to closing submissions. Friday, December the 3rd is acceptable to me.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we'll start with some good news. Thank you. If you'd like to introduce your next witness, please.
Thank you, sir. I'll ask Ms. Roberts to switch her camera on.
Thank you. I should say that I might not have immediate access to certain documents, having regard to what's gone on in the background, trying to get my connection, but hopefully I've got the principal ones so far as Ms. Roberts is concerned.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, as with previous witnesses, I'll introduce Ms. Roberts from her proof and then deal with a series of headings in chief, taking all the existing evidence as read.
Yes, please.
Ms. Roberts, you're a partner at Allsop LLP, an executive director of Allsop Letting and Management, a wholly owned subsidiary of Allsop LLP. You hold an undergraduate degree in business from Queensland University of Technology and an associate diploma of IT and information technology from North Queensland Institute of TAFE. You've been a full member of the Association of Residential Letting Agents, ARLA, the National Association of Estate Agents, and Institute of Residential Property Managers since 2010. And you've been sitting on the residential board of the British Property Federation since 2016. You've also been president of the UK's Build to Rent Trade Association, UK Apartment Association for the past 3 years, and you served as a non-executive on the board of Soho Housing Association for 9 years, the latter 6 as chair. You say you've over 16 years experience in all aspects of large-scale private residential sector letting and portfolio management in England, specialising in BTR specifically in the last 8 years. Your clients are mostly, but not exclusively, private developers, private equity, regulated funds, listed companies, and investment banks based in the UK and internationally. And you say that you lead a staff of 100 plus, operating some 4,000 build to rent units across England, including several sector leading award-winning developments on behalf of leading institutional funds. And you confirm that a further 1,600 units are completing and mobilising in the coming 18 months. You say as well you've produced and contributed to numerous BTR thought leadership programmes through the BPF and the other organisations, including the Build to Rent Best Practice Guide, and you're currently spearheading the 3rd iteration of the sector's Best Practice Guide, due for publication in November 2021. And you say you've spoken on many panels at conferences, contributed to publications representing the BTR sector, and you've been sitting on the advisory Build to Rent panel for MHCLG, all with the purpose of educating newcomers, developers and others, including government, on BTR in this emerging residential asset class. Are all those details correct? Thank you very much. Now, I just want to deal with your evidence, please, in a series of headings, as I've mentioned, Ms. Roberts. And the first one is by reference to matters you set out on page 5 of your proof, and essentially what is BTR and what makes it different. So we can deal with this first brief question by way of summary, please. What is BTR?
Build to rent is around large-scale developments of private rented residential stock in the UK.
I do apologise for interrupting, but I'm having difficulty hearing.
Right.
Ms. Hall, I heard you very clearly, Mr. Liness. I just wonder whether it's proximity of the microphone.
It may be, sir. If you bear with us just for a moment, we'll see if we can do anything about that.
Don't need to go in and.
Sorry, sir, just bear with us for a moment.
Certainly.
Our own
You've been
technical
patient with me.
difficulties.
I'll try this. How is that? Is that any better?
You able to speak up a little bit, Maggie?
Is that any better?
That's better.
Right, I think maybe
It's
to
not
keep
great.
your voice up. Is there any way we can push that desk? Yeah.
Move. Is that any better?
That is significantly better. Thank you.
Yes.
I apologize. Do remind me, I'm not a particularly loud projector.
So we'll make sure you keep up. In the end, it was nothing more technical than actually shifting a desk, sir. So there we are. Right. I think where we were, Ms. Roberts, was you were summarising what is build to rent.
Build to rent is large-scale developments of privately rented residential stock in the UK. They're designed specifically for rent and the customer in mind. They're typically owned by institutional investors and then managed by specialist operators. It's important to note that build to rent is a subset of the private rented sector, but it is not the same thing as traditional PRS and should not be thought of as such.
Okay, so if we just drill down into that a little bit more detail, can you just set out what you say is the next subheading, please, which are the elements that really define build to rent?
Yes, so there is a considerable difference in design and operation of build to rent assets in comparison to other types of residential property, such as buy-to-let, build to sell, housing association stock, and stock of small scale. They are definitely buildings that are built for scale. They're purpose-built for rental. They're designed, as I said, with the customer in mind. They feature appropriate standard of resident amenity. There is dedicated management staff that focus on the customer service and the resident well-being. They're designed specifically to create a community feel and experience. It's a very important part of the design and the function. And they're designed to optimize net operating income. So the operational efficiency which helps the scheme to be viable, particularly of scale, and to offer the quality of experience for residents.
Thank you. And if we look at design specifically, what's the focus in design terms?
In terms of design, the architect and the operator very much look at the attractiveness of the development for the intended demographic, the resident amenity, and that's quite important because it's not usually possible for the type of amenity provision to be provided in build to rent is not typically available at the same sort of quantum or scale or how would you say offering in the for sale developments at the same price point and build buy-to-let market. The schemes are designed to offer resident services. So within the design itself, we look at how the services are going to be provided and an efficiency in the way that is done. They're usually staffed 24/7, so they're designed with the staffing in mind. And again, the design encourages the curation and stimulation of communities. And that's usually via those high level of touch points with staff and with fellow residents, so that natural interaction by circulation and dwelling activity within one's day-to-day activities development.
Okay, and you mentioned operation of BTR as well. As far as the sort of operational side is concerned, moving beyond pure design features, again, can you just explain to the inspector what focus is placed operationally as far as BTR is concerned?
So when we look at the design and the function of build to rent development from the operational side, we're looking very much around the levels of service and the resident satisfaction, the customer journey, understanding that consumers do vote with their feet. So if they're not happy that they in the rental market can quite easily leave. The health and the safety and well-being of residents is paramount. That goes for everything from compliance through to the standards, the resident engagement, how the events are going to be run. And that includes things like not just the physical events, but also the virtual events, how the support is going to be provided for those residents and also for employees. So employees' well-being on site is very important as well. So the operations look at the resident experience in a whole. We look at how they're going to enjoy their space, how they're going to have the convenience of service. They're also of things that they might need during their time there, their safety, their security, and also the efficiency of and the economies of scale that these developments offer to enable us to be able to offer services and amenities for residents, because that's actually the whole concept of build to rent, is that if we can't make the economies of scale, we won't be able to offer the levels of service that actually enhance the development and the experience for the consumer in the end.
So as far as economies of scale are concerned, you should give an example of that, how that might operate in practice.
So several examples. One is, so let's say if you have in terms of design, you may have gym on site, you may have dining rooms or breakout spaces that in terms of the economies of scale, that the dwell time that people use of those gyms or those spaces can be active 24/7. So actually those facilities and amenities are available. And because you've got site staff, you can offer that and the development can afford to pay for staff because you've got enough economies of scale on offer. Another example would be where we can aggregate a lot of service contracts. So that might be for broadband because we're able to procure quite a lot of large contracts for, let's say, a broadband provider. I'm quite timely this morning about the reliability of broadband, is that we can procure quite a large contract, let's say for 300 or 400 units, create a very good deal for the broadband provider. We can pass that economies of scale on to the residents. So for example, they would have 250 megabytes of broadband, which would normally cost a consumer around £50 a month. We're able to offer that to the consumer for £25 a month, and it's part of the proposition. So, and then we can offer that additional value to the residents. The same can be said for utility bills. The same can be said for things like if we want to offer personal training, nutrition advice, mental health awareness, we can procure services on scale that in turn provide a very good value for money proposition for the end user and the customer, which enhances their well-being, which enhances their enjoyment of the development of their experience, and also helps curate the communities that we want. So,
okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Next heading, please. As an asset class, we've looked at design and operations on the ground, but as an asset class, can you just summarize for the inspector, please, why BTR is different?
So BTR is different. It's designed differently. It's appraised differently. It's valued differently. It's operated differently to build to rent. To PRS. It's bought and sold differently in the institutional market. So it is both an asset in the traditional sense of its capital value, but it's also a going concern as a business. So unlike PRS, which is typically appraised and valued on the asset's capital value only, and vacant possession or breakup value, these assets are traded as both an asset as well as a going concern of business. So the value to the vacant possession is slightly less relevant than it is in PRS. And the going concern is predicated on the fact that occupation and retention of residents is paramount. So there is, it's so important to be able to keep residents in these developments because that actually fundamentally impacts the value of the asset itself. It's based on scale. It's controlled by a single owner, and I've already talked about how we can deliver so significant economic value for return, but we can also impact the amount of social value that these developments can have on a local community. I think I've already talked about the superior amenity offer and services and facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, building on that, so the next question I'd like you to deal with, why is build to rent an attractive investment class? You probably covered some of this already, but is there anything else you'd like to say about why it's particularly attractive as an investment class?
I think that it's particularly attractive to because it's a long-term stabilized income return. It's based on inflation-linked performance, and institutions, particularly pension funds, seek stabilized long-term income that reflect their own profile of returns.
Okay.
I think one point that is very important here is that the lockdown galvanized the proof point around build to rent as a very resilient asset class. And ever since, and I put it in my proof, that there is a significant amount of investor money looking to enter this class, which is really fantastic for the housing crisis, that's for sure.
Okay, well, just let's deal with that. I mean, if we move on to the benefits of build to rent, the question arising from what you just said is, why is build to rent important in the context of the housing crisis, as you put it?
Well, it's pretty evident that there's much needed supply, and the delivery of quality purpose-built products is essential for consumers. I think that this sector, I'm quite passionate about it because it actually provides considerable additionality to the housing market. It accelerates delivery, so it's not reliant on the for sale market, which can be stunted according to sales rates. It helps with, it's counter-cyclical usually to the bit for sale market. It allows for partnerships of public and private and co-investment models. And it also stimulates and helps with placemaking for creation of not just micro communities, but also a macro community. It stimulates a lot of economic activity, and it stimulates a lot of extra footfall in certain places, which is really good for communities. And it's, as I said, it's a stimulant for cash flow, so it's another economic stimulant.
Thank you. Now, in that sort of broader context, the next subject I'd like to deal with is, well, why does this scheme work in Basildon?
Traditionally, well, not traditionally, but build to rent anchors on thriving locations with really good infrastructure, services, local amenities. Investors look for strong population and local economy, strong employment and employers, favorable income metrics, really good transport links and connectivity, that's essential, and a positive rental market. And as per my proof, Basildon, particularly the boxes, is very solid, and it's an excellent place for build to rent. It's much needed.
And related to that, I mean, why is build to rent popular with occupants in particular in a way that you think would work in Basildon?
It's an excellent quality product. It provides a service that is not typically available in other tenures. It's convenient because it's located in good central areas or those with connectivity. You have an immediate community. You have a much higher quality of experience of living, and it's in quality terms, what you can get in a build to rent development for the rental is much greater in terms of product service offering than you would be able to get in a buy-to-let market.
Thank you very much. And one feature that was mentioned in part in some of the evidence is the creation of communities and the influence of lockdown. Can you just explain to the inspector how the concept of creating communities within BTR has developed or taken on board lockdown, and what one might learn from that?
Yeah, I think we all went through a massive learning curve in lockdown and realised what was important to us. And obviously where we live is really important to us. But what was something that was, it was already there before lockdown, but it was certainly galvanised, and it also was upweighted, was the importance of community and the quality of the environment in which we live. Isolation was a massive issue throughout lockdown, and it had a significant impact on people's mental health and physical well-being. And these communities, and certainly the ones that we manage, and it was prevalent across a lot of build-to-rent communities because we all talk, is that the support that the staff were able to give and also help with the connectivity and curating support within the communities, micro, and it's in, it could be just people that you knew around the development or the whole development. We did everything from those people who had to isolate, who may have had pets. We were able to provide alternative options to looking after their animals, to getting prescriptions for them, to double bagging their rubbish, because in the early days we knew how contagious this thing was, to ensuring that we were able to provide extra areas that maybe people who had children who needed to get out but weren't allowed out into the world, so to speak. We used spare apartments for them to have breakout spaces for children, for co-working spaces. We were able to rotate the function of the gym, so everybody had access to it on a rotational basis, cleaning these apartments, cleaning these spare areas. So that was something that was really significant, and the results that we saw in terms of consumer feedback was that was a lifesaver, quite literally, in many circumstances.
Thank you. And on the subject of feedback, can we deal next, please, with the question of home views, which appears in reference is in your proof, page 8, paragraphs 36 and 37. And we know from Mr. Daly that he'd raised a question about home views and the status of work that had been done to gather reviews. Can you just summarise for the inspector, please, who they are and what they do?
TripAdvisor, I mean, the quickest way to explain it is it's been coined as the TripAdvisor for the build-to-rent sector. They also do build-to-sell reviews as well, but more specifically for our sector, the build-to-rent is important. The difference is between TripAdvisor and HomeViews is that they verify every single review, and they do that independently. They do that through the electoral roll or council tax, or verifying that the identity of the person who's giving the review actually lives in the property, and that's completely separate to us. So they're transparent, so there has to be a minimum of 30 reviews per scheme, verified reviews per scheme, before they consider that the scheme has a viable transparency. They look at the review criteria, so it's relevant and valuable, that it's respectful and family friendly, so it has some credibility to it. It's unbiased, it's non-commercial, and it's recent. And it's turning out to be it's been going for some time now, but it is actually an excellent source of insight for the sector, for operators, for owners, and also for most importantly for consumers. So they're making informed choices, and they're giving relevant feedback around where they live. And we rely as a sector quite heavily on that, because actually it informs what we can do better, what we're doing well in terms of that resident experience, because ultimately the resident satisfaction is so imperative to the investment model. If the residents aren't happy, then everything essentially goes well.
Thank you very much. The next heading, please, is the principles of build-to-rent design and its success, please. Now, in your proof, page 11, paragraphs 51 to 72, you cover design as applied to the circumstances of this scheme, and you make reference to the BTR best practice guide in your evidence. Can you just summarise briefly for the inspector how you have taken into account that guidance when considering the scheme?
Yes, so the best practice guide, which was developed by the ULL, the second edition, and as mentioned previously, we're just working on a third edition through the UKAA, is essentially how we've taken all the principles of what we consider best practice within the industry and put them into a document to explain and educate the sector, whether that's planners, developers, investors, even consumers. The guide wasn't designed for consumers, but it's definitely appropriate if they'd like to read it, to actually understand why we want to design them and why they are designed the way and operated the way they are. And the guide is now 5 years old, which is why we're considering doing a new one, because within 5 years we have spent a lot of time actually building and operating these developments. And the proof is actually in the pudding. So the concepts within the guide have become, well, essentially the theory is now in practice. And the principles of design, as per the guide, are is that we have layout. You can have different types of layout. In this instance, it's high density versus low density or urban, suburban. And the principle of high density for build to rent is a shift of the emphasis from providing all amenities within the dwelling, which might be more appropriate for sale product or housing association product or buy to let, to that of more shared amenities and facilities. So the design promotes the concept of renting the whole building and generates opportunities for social interaction between residents, staff, and encourages the creation of communities, and also allows for us to put into the developments a greater provision of amenities that have greater uses and that have more accessibility than would be allowed for in a single dwelling.
Thank you. And then I think access was another element of the best practice guide. How does that affect the scheme?
Yeah, so the access, we've sort of put into 4 zones of accessibility, commencing with the public realm. And that first one is around what we call zone 1, which is really the impact of the development as we approach it and the first experience that you have, the first touch point. So we call that the curb appeal. And that sets the tone for the development. And if you look at the DAS, I think it's on page 142. In the copy.
Just bear with us. CEC 11. That's
I
hard.
have that page. Can I have that page number again, please?
Yes, 142 in the heart on the internal, Mr. Edwards.
So this one.
We're back to it's 144 or 142, depending which printed version you're looking at. It's a picture of the entrance, the entrance hall.
So this is essentially the first touch point, which would be viewed from the outside, obviously, and the visual permeation of the development is quite important. So what you see from standing outside looking in, and what we try to create in that environment is sort of an aspirational view in to say, oh, look, that looks interesting. I want to go in there. Something that looks quite inviting and actually invites people to come in. And then once you actually come in, it's very clear wayfinding in terms of a focus point for the reception desk, so people know where to go. And then from zone 1, you're moving into zone 2, which is really around the shared residence areas. So there's primary and secondary consideration for zone 2. The primary are things like the post and the parcel, that initial circulation space. And the secondary areas are more around resident enjoyment. So that might be your co-working spaces, your gyms, your resident lounges, some breakout areas, gardens, and so forth.
So I think the DAS, while we have it out, if you move on an extra couple of pages to 148 and 149 or 146 and 147, depending which version you're using.
So my printed copy, that 146, 147 of the resident lounges would be considered resident zone 2 of the the secondary areas of resident lounges, breakout spaces, co-working areas. Zone 3 is the resident private areas, and Zone 4 is the back of house management, which is very important from an operational efficiency point of view.
Thank you very much. Now, let's turn to detail points as arisen during the inquiry, particularly by Mr. Daly. And I just want to deal with a number of subtopics, if I may. And the first one relates to the rationale for a single point of entry or entrance. So we can deal with that first of all, please. Ms. Roberts, can you just explain from your perspective what the reasons are for providing a single point of entry to the scheme, please?
So primarily, it's around curating the residents' experience. So people who are coming into the development know the point of entry, and they also know which way they're going, and it's also allowing us to essentially help them enjoy the space as best as possible. It also allows for economies of scale in terms of management and resourcing and control. So it allows us to support the residents better in terms of that resident amenity and visibility of how we control the flow of people in and out of the building. It mitigates security issues, and it also allows for that consistency for residents to come in and out of the building. In terms of, when people are known within the development, the staff get to know the regular people, so they'll also be able to pick up if there's somebody who's unusual in the building. And it facilitates engagement strategies, being able to, again, have a regular touch point and saying hello and checking on the well-being of people when they're passing through. And if you haven't seen somebody for quite a few days, it might be a case of saying, hey, have you seen Joe around? I know he was having a few issues, maybe we'll just see if he's okay. Somebody might just give him a call. So there is a secondary part of actually outside security and managing the flow of people. It's also around the welfare of individuals. The other thing, just from a manning point of view, it allows for efficiency of covering the development. So if somebody's on a lunch break, then somebody else who's doing their own jobs, maybe the lettings manager can actually just cover the desk and making sure that there's so much at times.
Okay, thank you. If we flip it round and consider the proposition of multiple entry points next, please, Ms. Roberts. Suggestion made by Mr. Daly that it would be preferable to have multiple entry points as opposed to the single one. Again, what view do you take about that suggestion, please?
I would have major concerns about multiple entries in this development. It gives rise to significant security concerns, tailgating being one of them, and where buildings are unmanned and you have quite a lot of flow, there is the opportunity for people to tailgate, and it's not very difficult to do. I happened to, on my site, visit tailgate into a couple of developments that were unmanned. Postal deliveries can be problematic. When you've got multiple entries, there's confusion over access, misdirected posts and lost posts, which causes frustration and inconvenience to residents. It also could be potential harm if that package is quite important for medicine and things like that, or banking and identity documents get sent through the post. Parcel and courier drivers and deliveries, they get confused over the access points. Again, the misdirected, lost or unauthorized people delivering and roaming the corridors is not satisfactory. And when you've got multiple entry points, couriers tend to want to just pick something that's close, and they have a little less care about where they're going and what they might be doing on site. We don't particularly like strangers roaming the halls. Takeaways and deliveries, similarly, when they come to a central point for residents to come down, either the delivery is taken up with us monitoring that, or otherwise residents come down and pick it up. Visitors for a single point of contact are either met, they're announced, they're directed, or they can be escorted with multiple entries that are unmanned. It's not known who might be in the building. Same goes to contractors, and those could be commissioned by the operator or not. If somebody instructed a contractor to put TV on the wall, we'd like to know and sign them in for security reasons. There's also costs on resource. If we have multiple entries and we need them to be manned, actually that tends to affect your gross net and your net operating income, which affects their ability to deliver the service, and inevitably, whilst you're trying to cover too many entries and you don't have the resource for it, something there's going to be compromised.
Thank you. And one point that was made by Mr. Daly in his oral evidence, I think, was a concern about 1,200 occupants using a single entry and then funneling into the communal amenity spaces. Again, any concerns about occupants here using a single entry in that sense?
I mean, the entry is designed for the flow and the footfall. That's part of the reason why operators get involved quite early with designs, is to look at the that customer journey, because we don't want it to be arduous, and we don't want to have congestion. I mean, additionally, people don't use, we don't see a mass exodus of developments at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning and a mass entry of people back at 6 or 7 p.m. in the evening. And that's even more so now with the change of working and living trends. We see much more variation in people's habits, and with the convenience of technology, and I've talked about broadband and connectivity and travel connectivity, people's patterns are much more varied. So what we see is a more ebb and flow, natural ebb and flow throughout the day, and actually it's quite manageable. There's a lot of efficiency that's built into the development around package and parcel management. So we have parcel lockers. So when deliveries are coming in, that's a seamless system that the couriers go into a certain space, to drop off the parcels, residents come home, do their own collection of the parcels, say hi to the concierges that are going past, continue on their way. Somebody might say, oh yes, such and such dropped in to say hi. So it's just a natural flow of the development. So I don't have any concerns about it.
Thank you. Another point that was raised, Mr. Daly, was the travel distance to the single entrance from those arriving at the scheme. Do you accept any concerns in this respect?
No, not at all. I mean, as I said, connectivity and transport connectivity is very important for Built brand, because we do tend to find that people who use the transport around them to get to places, and this is the main entrance is actually facing the bus stop and the train station, and I would suggest that the majority of people who are commuting are coming from those sources. Additionally, I mean, an entry is an entry, regardless of if you're going into a department store, same thing. Generally speaking, you'll have an entry or a shop of any sort. So I don't really understand what the issue is with the travel distance of any particular point. It's a kind of moot point, because it depends on where they're coming from at any given time, and we have people who are coming from all different places.
Yeah, so I mean, if other daily activities from residents would involve travel to destinations, for example, elsewhere in the town centre, whether it be a cinema, shopping centre, or another destination, do you see the distance to get to the entrance point as an issue in reality, bearing in mind the demographic of the occupiers?
No, I mean, the development's located in the city centre, so actually the point of entry in relation to the grocery stores, shopping centre, the pool hall down near the gym around the corner, it's all incredibly convenient. It's a high density urban development. And if somebody was living 2 kilometres away, their travel distance would be considerable.
Okay, thank you. The next point, please. Bin access, potential for conflict of movement was another point raised by Mr. Daly. Again, from your perspective as someone experienced in operating build-to-rent schemes, do you see a real issue there?
No, I don't. The corridor width is sufficient for the movement. It's been designed that way. The corridor itself can be controlled by security access, so it can have restricted movement and timed activity. It'll also be monitored by CCTV. The bin sizes, the delivery of the and collection movements can be dictated by leases and management stipulations and the collection regime. So I don't see any issues with that.
Thank you. Let's move on, please, to the issue raised by the council about the lack of private amenity space. And you deal with this in your proof paragraphs 82 to 85. And just summarise for the inspector, please, how you approach this issue generally, please, in response to the concerns expressed by the council.
When I did within my proof on page 20 within the table 25, I've done a comparison of the total shared community spaces in comparison to other schemes, and the total shared amenity space per apartment in this scheme is 6.65. I did a calculation to remove some of the circulation spaces like corridors to make it comparable with the plans that I had for other development, so it was a fair comparison. And you know, the table, you can quite clearly see that the appellant scheme at 6.65 or 6.22 is considerably higher than other schemes that are operating and have been operating for some time and successfully occupied. And going back to the home use scores are rating quite high against the national averages for satisfaction, value for money, design for resident for facilities and amenities. So I don't think that the provision of amenity space in this development is in any way lacking. I believe that actually it's quite good. It's much higher than a lot of other schemes, but it's proven to be very popular, well occupied, and with residents who have the highest levels of satisfaction with the development.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Harris will come on and deal with policy, but insofar as the policy is concerned, I'll ask him to comment on that. But insofar as policy refers to amenity space meeting the needs of residents, again, do you think that it satisfies that objective in your view?
I think I saw it within the local plan.
Yes.
On page 144. That's a room to council's local plan.
Just bear with us.
Sorry, what was the page number, please?
144.
Let me just.
Do we have a document reference for that?
We're just finding that for you, sir. Yes, it's CDB2, which is the emerging local plan. It's internal page 144. Policy H 25, criterion 1.
So it states that all proposal for residential development would be expected to provide high quality homes with sufficient private amenity space to meet the needs of residents. And I
Yes.
think the important part here is about meeting the needs of the residents.
Yes, and to what extent does the BTR nature of the scheme influence how that judgment should be reached in your view?
So, sorry, could you just repeat?
Yes, to what extent does the BTR nature of the scheme influence how that meeting the needs of residents test should be applied?
So we look at, you know, how the scheme is designed, from looking at how the amenities are laid out and how the shared amenities will provide for the residents. And as I've, you know, demonstrated through the table within my proof on page 20, that actually the resident amenity space in this development is actually much higher than a lot of other developments that are operated very successfully. So in my opinion, this development is far outstripping a lot of other developments, and actually will meet the needs of the residents.
very much. Now, I think you've already explained the importance of communal amenity space and build to rent schemes. Generally, you made reference to the sense of community, the results of work that's emerged through the pandemic, and the quality of social interaction points that you've raised already. I suppose the question that would arise, and if one's looking at sort of private amenity space in the form of balconies and so on, when compared with overall communal amenity space, how important, in your view, in a build to rent scheme specifically, is private amenity space when set against the approach taken to communal provision?
Yeah, I mentioned before around how isolation in private amenity spaces had quite a significant impact during COVID. Although people did have access potentially to balcony space with private amenity, actually the provision of shared amenity was actually more important because of the social interaction. So private amenity space is important, but it's not as important as the quality of the total shared amenity space, how it's used and who uses it. And I think that that's a really important point, because what build to rent is able to provide in terms of quantum and variety and accessibility to shared amenity is much greater than what we see in other types of residential product. And the quality of that is used, and it's really important for resident satisfaction. And I believe it really does meet the needs of the residents.
Thank you very much. Let me take a note. Now, just to pick up on a point that was made by Mr. Edwards in a previous cross-examination, where reference was made to your Appendix D. Please, if we take out your proof Appendix D and the Abbeville apartments, which are on this internal page 33 of the appendices. It's the photograph with the Asda, if I can put it that way. And the point was put to Mr. Cafferty about the existence of balconies in a build to rent scheme. And bearing in mind the evidence you just given to the inspector about the influence that balconies has generally on satisfaction, you know, what view do you take about reliance on Abbeville apartments, or what do you think the inspector should take from Abbeville apartments in this wider context, please?
Well, in relation to balconies, specifically as the point was raised, this development is quite, it's not similar to Basildon, in the sense that actually this development is located on quite a busy crossroad, a traffic crossroad. It's off east from the city centre, and the balconies are actually set back, so they don't overhang the street in any regard. And the development backs onto an Asda shopping centre with a grocery store, which is actually also why that sign where it says Asda is actually the front door of the build to rent development. So it's, you know, and if you look at the elements of design and value, actually the scheme doesn't rate as highly as others, although it does have value, it doesn't rate as highly as others. And I don't necessarily believe, or I don't believe that balconies are an indication of necessarily design excellence in their own right. I believe that the private amenity spaces are important, but actually they have to be taken in the context of what the whole scheme is offering in the wider context, and also around how that shared amenity space is delivered and designed in the development.
Just for the inspectors note, the table at paragraph 85 of your proof identifies the extent of balcony provision in other schemes, and correlates that with the home view scores. So again, Ms. Roberts, the extent of balcony provision, to what extent does that indicate or determine the success of a build to rent scheme specifically in your view and in your experience?
So in my experience, the provision of balconies and within the, are you talking about balconies or?
Balconies, yes.
The provision of balconies is not a bellwether for the quality of living conditions.
Thank you very much. And similarly, while we are there, we've got balconies at under paragraph 86, sorry. And then under paragraph 85, there is a separate table relating to total amenity. Again, what view do you ask the inspector to draw from table 85, which looks at the relationship between amenity and home view ratings, please?
So again, the total sum of amenity has to be appropriate for the development. And in this regard, I've also demonstrated that actually, if you look at the square meterage of amenity per unit across those schemes, you'll see that it's a lot lower in other schemes, and it actually still allows for the satisfaction for design, amenities, value for money, and on these schemes to be much higher than those who may or may not have balconies. So if you look over on the next page under paragraph 86, we have some schemes that have no balconies at all, and yet their rating for facilities and design, Duet as an example, is 4.9. That's 4.9 out of 5, and it has 0 balconies. So I don't, and another example is the Forge. It has some balconies, but not that many. The Trilogy has no balconies. Again, much higher ratings on design and facilities than the national average. And it's not a predicator on the quality of design when you don't have, or the predicator of living conditions for private amenity space.
Thank you very much. And one sees in that table, there's a star against some of these schemes. What's the star?
The star is actually the schemes that my company manages. So
Yes.
they were chosen because I have intricate knowledge of the designs and of the operations and of the residents' satisfactions and understanding those schemes intricately.
Thank you very much. And we'll notice there's the Duet and the Trilogy both in Manchester there. I mean, is there anything more you want to say about these schemes as far as your experience of their success, despite them not having any balconies?
Yeah, well, Duet, just in terms of timing, Duet just recently took out the National Development Award. So let me just rephrase that. It took out the highest quality development, build to rent development nationally and regionally for the Home Views Awards. So its resident satisfaction is 4.99 out of 5. And the Trilogy also took out Team of the Year for its talent of in the management team recently. So that's quite nice.
Thank you very much.
Quite proud of them.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's move on then, please, to the next issue raised by Mr. Daly, which is inequality of access to amenity. And again, we don't need to get any plans out at this stage because they've been in front of the inquiry already. The inspector will be familiar with them, but just as a matter of impression, please, what view do you take about the allegation that those living at one end of a core will have unequal access to amenity space at upper levels when compared with those living near the core that accesses that space, please?
I believe that by design, all amenities and facilities will be unequal because no two apartments will be equidistant from anywhere. In terms of the facilities, the amenities, the entrance, the aspect, the heights, features. So it's physically impossible to make all apartments be exactly the same from a distance point of view or from features or aspect point of view. So, and I think one really important aspect of build to rent is that choice is an important element within the rental product. We're appealing to a demographic that has needs and everybody's needs will be slightly different. So being closer to amenity is important for somebody, or maybe less important for somebody else. The choice to rent closer or further is up to them. And I think that, going back to the point around several entrances, that actually just creates more inequality if we're talking about design. And then the other point would be around, I think the distance in question that we talked about, and I think Mr. McCaffrey established, was around 20 meters of inequality. And in my opinion, that's diminished. It's not a moot point.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned, just before we move on to another issue, you mentioned the demographic a couple of times. Just explain to the inspector, what you regard as the main demographic used build-to-rent schemes, please.
It does vary a little bit, but broadly speaking, and I think it was in my proof on page 8, paragraph 35, sorry, page 7, paragraph 35, where I do this in build to rent. This development and this scheme, based on the research that I reviewed, would be looking at those who are sort of the bus renters and the central pulse. So these are people who are in a range of between 26 and 40. They're people who appreciate the choice to rent. They may be looking, social mobility is very important for renters. They have the ability to rent for as long as they like, or as little as they like. Often their jobs might be changing, their career ladder, their personal circumstances. And during the ages of 26 to 40, we do go through quite a lot of life changes. And that's one of the major benefits of rental product and purpose-built rental. It is providing that option for people who need it and who want it.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to corridors next, please. You deal with this in pages 21 and 89 to 90, paragraphs 89 to 91 of your proof. Again, we don't need to take out plans because they're in front of the inquiry already. But again, please, can you summarise, the inspector, your impression of the approach taken to corridors in this scheme, and Mr. Daly's criticism that they have many twists and turns as part of a longer journey that's unsatisfactory?
Yes, I think Mr. Daly's overcomplicates personal abilities to navigate a dozen design within a corridor. A person comes out of the loop, they have the alternatives to go one way or another. In addition, build-to-rent developments typically have excellent wayfinding, clear directions. That is part of the customer journey that we map through right from the initial curb appeal touch point. We're embedding that feeling of inclusiveness and belonging and wayfinding throughout the whole development. So when we look at corridors, we're looking at how we're keeping the theme of the brand of the experience. It includes the signage, it includes the lighting, the temperature, the colors, the wall finishes, all of those, the ironmongery, the textures, even the scent. We look at how that journey is curated. In this particular instance, 15-meter corridor, 14-meter corridor is actually very short, in my experience. Build-to-rent developments actually often have longer corridors, and generally speaking, residential blocks in my 16 years are commonly 35 meters plus. That's normal. So this, I really don't understand why a 15-meter corridor would be considered long or complicated.
I think the table in your proof at paragraph 90 on page 22 again deals with comparison of corridor lengths.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any correlation in your view between corridor length and resident ratings on design in successful schemes?
No, there's not. I mean, if you look at those distances in the table, so there's distance from roof to unit, they're considerably higher than 14 meters. And then if you compare those back to the design ratings for residents, you'll see that within the developments, the rating for design is much higher. The corridor length is such a small part of the residents' experience of that journey. I do not believe it to be significant in the scheme of this, particularly for a 14-meter corridor.
Thank you. Now, a point raised in oral evidence by Mr. Didi was that, well, you're going to be having a total journey once you enter your block, as it were, of 8 meters initially, plus I think up to 17 meters to access your core, and then another journey once you've reached your floor to your flat of up to 15 meters. Again, do you see any issue with that overall length of journey once you enter the building, please?
So I think if you add those up, if my math is correct, that's around 40 meters. And if you go back to the examples that I put in the table on page 22, you'll see that actually the total journey within the other developments will exceed more than 40 meters just in the corridor length. So actually, the Basildon scheme, if the total experience is only 14 meters, I actually consider that quite short in the scheme of in comparison to other schemes, because some of those schemes have 43-meter corridors alone before they actually get up to the travel distances.
Thank you. And another point raised from Mr. Daly is with the issue relating to daylight. And the extent to which that, amongst other things, might create a state of doubt about when a journey might end, as well as the broader considerations relating to amenity. What approach do you take to daylight and the corridors as provided in this scheme, please?
I think just in Mr. Dealey's rebuttal on page 3, there was just a point that he raised in para 2.6.
Bear with us a second. Is that paragraph reference again, please?
2.6.
Thank you. Yes.
Just in regards, he states that the trilogy has daylight relief in the middle that serves all the corridors. That's actually incorrect. The daylight only permeates one half of the corridor, which actually is actually the lesser distance of the two corridors. The longer corridor of 44 meters, 44.86 meters, does not experience natural light at all. So, and similarly, the keel, which is in my appendices, page 84, appendix 9.
Just bear with us so we can just get that out. Sorry, just bear with us so we can get that out, please. Can you just give us the reference to the keel again, please?
Appendix 9, appendix N. Sorry.
N. That's the keel, yes, on internal page 84, I think, of the appendix N.
So on two sides of this square development, two sides of the corridors span 98 meters, which is almost 100 meters in length, and those two sides of the corridors do not have daylight. On the other two sides of the corridors, the 65-meter corridors, there is a break of about a 2-meter wide daylight opening, but those breaks are quite indented, as you can see. They're the depth of an apartment, so there isn't actually much daylight relief in those apartments.
Thank you, and we can see the trilogy is on the previous page, which you just mentioned.
Yes. So
If one steps back from those individual examples, well, by all means, give us it if you want to mention it.
So the forward, which is in appendix N on page 86.
Yes.
Which ultimate floor plan page.
Yes.
that has corridors spanning 21 to 35 meters, and that development has no natural daylight in the corridors.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so those are the examples, and we can see in your proof how you have correlated those to customer satisfaction. But standing back from that, I mean, what view do you take about the provision of daylight within build to rent corridors generally, and Mr. Daly's view that it represents a deficiency of the scheme?
I believe that Mr. Dealey in his rebuttal states that the lack of daylight equates to a state of doubt when a journey might end for somebody who's experiencing that. I would argue what happens at night. You know, there's no daylight coming through at night. So, but signage, door numbering gives an expectation of what that journey is for a resident. They will be familiar with the journey, and the end point of the corridor in regards to daylight is really only going to be relevant to those who need to go to that point of the corridor. I think that in regards to ventilation, that's obviously important. That's designed into these developments naturally, has to be for building regulations requirements anyway. I think in regards to the length of corridors and daylight, it's not essential. It's a short part of their journey. And actually in this scheme, they experience daylight by going through the podium as well, going across the podium up into the residential areas.
So I mean, I think one of the points made, at least initially, by Mr. Daly is that, well, this is a question of health and well-being, also, you know, standards of design. But just to put his evidence in context for residents arriving at the scheme entrance, walking through the exterior amenity space, going up through the corridors, and then arriving into their flat or apartment. Is daylight a factor that's going to, first of all, affect their health and general well-being, in your view, as part of this wider experience of the scheme?
No, not in the wider experience of the scheme, definitely not. I think the journey significant. The journey features a significant amount of natural light and ventilation through the communal spaces and across the podium. And actually, that's how we design developments, looking at the entirety of their experience, not just in single parts of saying, okay, well, you have to walk down 15-minute corridor.
Thank you. I suppose, yes, thank you. I suppose in the wider context of Mr. Daly's evidence about health and well-being, bearing in mind the wider offer that's provided to residents beyond the journey that they're making from the entrance to their flat, the communal amenity, gyms, and so on. I mean, what view do you take about the overall contribution or otherwise of the scheme to health and well-being of its residents?
I think that these schemes contribute significantly to people's health and well-being through design and curating those touch points and additional communities, getting to know your neighbours, getting to know people within the building, the staff. The provision of the amenities generally is much higher than you can provide in buy-to-let product or a traditional PRS, and it contributes significantly to people's physical as well as mental health and well-being.
Thank you. And just a few final points, please. Points being raised at the inquiry about the number of units per core that are being served in this development. Now, again, I think you cover that in the table at paragraph 90 of your proof on page 22. Again, what view do you take about the provision of units per core in this scheme? I think Mr. Cafferty's evidence was that you're looking at a maximum of 16 units per floor, which would be 2 cores, so eight per core. What view do you take generally about units per core in this scheme, please?
I think the units per core in this scheme are actually very low in comparison to the build-to-rent schemes more specifically. the evidence that I presented in terms of resident ratings for design doesn't correlate to the units per floor. The Vox, Duet, Trilogy, and the Forge have design ratings that are well above the national average, and each of those have more than 14 units per floor.
Thank you very much. Now, just before we complete, can you just return briefly to balconies for a moment? Now, we've dealt with the relative provision of balconies and communal amenity space earlier on, but there were points raised in the council's evidence about it being entirely acceptable in their view to have more balconies in townscapes such as the town centre. As far as your experience from BTR development is concerned, can you explain a little more, please, about how balconies are viewed in their own terms, not just by comparison with communal amenity space, please?
So balconies are a part of one of the elements of choice for residents. As I said, there's the difference in features of which floor, which aspect, height, proximity, layout that residents might want. Balconies, price points, distance to lifts, they're all really important as part of the choice for residents. That is the whole investment model is predicated on design developments where people want to live and want to stay. Balconies can be a concern for some people in terms of safety and security. So some people don't want balconies. On higher floors, there can be concern around the safety of for children or those who are afraid of heights, and that happens more often than you might think. There's also lower floors where balconies can be maybe provided that people have concerns around people climbing up to access them, or targeting lower balconies for antisocial behaviour and lobbing things onto balconies, and that would be a particular concern I would suspect in Basildon specifically, being in a town centre location. And I think that balconies don't define the quality of the living experience in high density developments, and I think that's being made evident.
Yes. Thank you very much. Penultimate point, please. Operator input and review. We have in your appendices Appendix L, which is an operator letter on behalf of Nido Management UK Limited. We don't need to turn that up, but can you just explain what view you asked the inspector to take about operator input and review in the context of this case, please?
As somebody who operates developments, I can give so many examples of why it's important for operators to have input into the design. We understand the practicalities and the experience of operating and the residents' elements of what happens day to day in these developments. And it is so important from the management, from the operational efficiency, that we can look at and refer to the income and expenditure for these developments to make sure that they're actually going to work. And it's also, if I'm being asked to operate a building, I will actually look at the design to see what they actually want is achievable, because all too often maybe the theory doesn't necessarily work in reality. And I understand that within the design and planning process for this particular scheme, Matt Mainstay, who is an operator that I'm familiar with, were consulted. And I believe, and as per my evidence, Nido, who are also an operator that I'm familiar with, are supportive of operating this scheme, as I would be if I was asked to, as an independent, to look at the scheme and say, would you manage this?
Thank you very much. Thank you. And finally, please, and this may be a matter if the council wants to check this with Mr. Daly, of course they can, but I understand that you heard Mr. Daly give 3 build to rent example developments in his experience, freshwater barking, Populo and the Carpenter's Estate, and Red Door Ventures in East Ham. Again, this obviously can be checked by the council if necessary, but can you just indicate to the inspector what your understanding of those schemes is, please?
The scheme at Freshwater Barking, I'm familiar with Notting Hill Genesis. I used to consult with them for build to rent.
I'm finding,
Sorry, you've just moved away from the microphone. And I think Mr. Edwards was having the same difficulty I was experiencing just then.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can, yes, thank you. I think it's when you go into relax mode and just go back a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
I can very clearly, thank you.
Sorry. What a difference a couple of inches makes. So Freshwater Barking, I'm familiar with Notting Hill Genesis. I used to consult to them on build to rent developments for their Folio brand. This particular scheme is a low rise suburban build to rent, which is quite different from high density urban build to rent in terms of its design and function on operation. Populo and the Carpenter's Estate, which is Populo is a vehicle under Newham's Council. My understanding that this is not a build to rent development. It is actually it's a housing estate that's been earmarked continually for demolition and redevelopment. And actually Populo Living is now the new name of Red Door Ventures, and I'm familiar with Red Door Ventures. They asked me to do some work for them, and in my opinion their stock is not actually built to rent. It is small scale PRS, and it's advertised as social rented and discounted rental market. So it's not necessarily the same comparison as the type of developments that we're talking about for Basildon.
And that would apply to East Ham as well, would it?
Yes, that's the Red Door Ventures in East Ham, which is now Populo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you. Can I just review timings, please? Cross-examination. Mr. Edwards.
Yes, sir. I hope to be around an hour.
I'm just conscious of well, how long I've been sat this morning, not necessarily sat, but trying to fix things as well. Whether just to take a short break and come back with a late lunch, or whether you want an early lunch and then cross-examination. Do you have any preference?
Well, so I'd certainly appreciate a break at this stage. My preference probably would be to have a short break and then to plough on to complete the evidence of Ms. Roberts and then have a proper lunch break after that.
I think that would round things off nicely. Is everybody content with that? If I take 10 minutes and then we'll run on with the cross-examination until it's complete, re-examination as necessary, and then take lunch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
under the cap. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, thank you. Can I check whether you've had sufficient time? I know it was a short break, but hopefully that was sufficient. Everybody content to continue?
As long as you don't
Thank
mind
you.
if I stop. Mr. Edwards, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards then, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Roberts. There are essentially 4 topics I'd like your help with, please. And they are these. Firstly, there are some introductory points. Second topic, external amenity space. Third topic, internal amenity space and amenity space in general. And fourthly, a series of points concerning accessibility and circulation. So those are the topics. I hope a list of documents that I suggested you may need has found its way to you. And in particular, I'm going to ask you to help me with some points arising from Mr. Dealey's rebuttal. So you'll need to have that to hand. And also the full copy of the good practice guide that was added to the core documents last evening. Excellent, good. Ms. Roberts, preliminary point and by way of introduction, so far as the appeal scheme is concerned, I'm right in understanding, I believe, that there has been no operator formally appointed to run the proposed development in the event that planning permission is granted and the scheme is implemented. Is that the position?
I believe that there has been a preferred operator identified. I don't believe they've been appointed.
Thank you. Well, just to be clear as to the position, can we go together to your proof of evidence at page 18, paragraph 80? And this was your proof of evidence. It's dated the 11th of October, so it's just over a month old. And in paragraph 80, you say the appellant has confirmed that there is interest from an operator to manage the scheme. And I've cited this expression of interest and can attest to their standing as an established operator in the sector. And you refer then to your appendix L, which includes a letter from NIDO, NIDO Management UK Limited. So that was the position as at the 11th of October of this year. I take it from the answer that you gave a moment ago that things have not moved on to the extent that there is a confirmed and contractually bound operator for the development. Is that the position?
That is correct. And I would assume, I haven't talked to the appellant about this, but I would assume that that is because when you come to investment, and depending on who might invest this, that sometimes they come with an operator.
I see. And those decisions in terms of who the investor, the chosen or selected investor is, are matters that have not yet been resolved so far as the scheme is concerned.
Well, the subject doesn't have planning, so that a lot of investors won't agree to invest until there are such items determined.
So be that as it may, so far as the position currently is concerned, no confirmed operator. I think that's common ground between us. Thank you. And therefore, sorry, did I interrupt you? Sorry.
I just said to my knowledge.
Your knowledge, all right, thank you. There we are. Good. And there, so far as the evidence that you gave orally this morning and into this afternoon about the importance of an operator in terms of deciding precisely what form, for example, any amenity provision within a development should take, particularly the internal amenity provision, until the operator is actually appointed and has direct control over what's provided, those matters remain unresolved, don't they?
Sorry, could you just rephrase the question? I'm not quite sure if I understood.
We'll come to this in a bit more detail in a moment, but the evidence you gave this morning is that certain operational matters, for example, the internal amenity provision that's provided within a development, is informed by the position taken by the operator. The operator will decide what exactly is provided.
The operator won't decide. The operator will make recommendations and usually work with the project team that includes the developer. Sorry, well, it does include the developer sometimes, but more often it includes the architect and helping inform and collaborate with the architect and also other professional teams, which might include those who are planning advisors, to help inform the best use of the opportunity and the space in which the site is located, and the elements that influence the design as well as the operation.
And that process has not yet been undertaken or completed because the operator hasn't been appointed.
No, I believe actually it has been undertaken because Mainstay were consulted, to my knowledge, Mainstay were consulted within the design process.
Yeah, and Mainstay are not the confirmed operator, are they, Ms. Roberts? I certainly understood. Sorry, just before you answer, I certainly understood from your evidence, particularly what is included in your Appendix L, that another operator, namely NIDO or NIDO Management, is now involved.
That's right, but I also, as a consultant to the industry, I advise and sit on a lot of professional teams to help inform design that I may not necessarily operate, but I understand, because I do operate these buildings, what's required within the design. So, as a consultant, you can partake in that process as well as being an operator. So sometimes I will be instructed on designs of schemes which I haven't been involved with in the pre-design, but I will also either do a peer review as well as sometimes take operations that I haven't been involved with the design and have to make the most of those developments for the operation. And sometimes there's some optimization that could have happened. We came late to the party on the design of the Vox. We were given the development as was, and we were able to influence some elements of the final pieces while it was under construction to create a better efficiency, but we weren't designed with the original. We weren't instructed initially to help with that design, which was the developer was Glenbrook. So it goes in ebbs and flows. It's not always that the person who the operator who does the initial design review in planning is the same as the operator who actually operates it, because sometimes the schemes may change hands, or sometimes, as I said, the investor comes with their own operator. But the principles of operation, the principles of design for operation are relatively solid, as I've just demonstrated within my proof.
Right. So can I just make sure I understand the relevance of the answer you've just given? So far as the box is concerned, that's a development elsewhere, is it? That's not, you're not talking about this particular scheme.
Vox?
The Vox, sorry, the Vox,
Yes.
I see.
Yes, sorry, Vox is a scheme. It's in Manchester. It's referred to within my proof. Yes.
Good. Thank you. Good. And then can I just come back to the point that I was seeking to explore with you and just see if we can agree what the current position is? There's no confirmed operator. Mr. Roberts, you have indicated that that is the position as far as you understand it. Secondly,
to my knowledge, I'm not privy to the conversation with the appellant. So.
Mr. Roberts, if that is incorrect and there is a confirmed and contractually bound operator, no doubt the inquiry can be informed of that.
No, I don't. Well, I don't know. I don't know if or will have instructed an operator. I believe that they haven't, because it would be dependent on potentially the investor. The investor may come, like Greystar would come with their own operations.
Yeah.
As I understand it, your answer's not being questioned. It's simply that if there is further information that the appellant is aware of and wishes to disclose, then they will have that opportunity. I think it was a veiled invitation from Mr. Edwards.
And it wasn't a trick. It wasn't a trick question. Anyway, I just want to make sure I understand what we can draw from your evidence. And secondly, again, not a trick question, just making sure I understand what you're saying to the inquiry, is that in any scheme of this nature, build to rent scheme, and the involvement of the operator is of importance in terms of what is delivered within the scheme, including in respect of the provision of internal amenity space, its layout, what's provided, and on what terms.
Yes.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much indeed. Good. We can move on. Thank you. Secondly, the second topic, please, external amenity space. Can I begin by just setting the parameters in terms of what is intended to be provided? And there are two references. Firstly, can we go to your proof of evidence at paragraph 84? Tell me, do you have that?
Mm-hmm.
And paragraph 84, and then the following paragraph 85, you identify certain areas which are total shared amenity space. In paragraph 84, you refer to the total shared amenity space per apartment being 6.65 square meters.
Mm-hmm.
And then in paragraph 85, you slightly refine that by excluding circulation lobbies from the amenity area calculation, which results in total shared amenity per apartment of 6.22 square meters. Do you see?
Yes.
Can I just be clear on the 6.22 square meters and the adjustment you made? Have you excluded the entrance lobby from that, or is that included in the 6.22?
No, that's included.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Secondly, you don't in either of those paragraphs, or indeed elsewhere in your evidence, Ms. Roberts, so far as I could see, do you disaggregate that shared amenity space between internal and external, do you?
No, I don't.
And then with that in mind, then please, can we just go to Mr. Deely's rebuttal proof of evidence and turn to page 4 on the internal pagination. Again, this is simply just setting the parameters, Ms. Roberts. If we look together, please, page 4 of Mr. Deely's rebuttal and paragraph 3.3. What is set out is this: taking the measurement that the appellant cites of 2,655 square meters of external amenity space and 655 square meters of internal amenity space provided for amenity purposes, the scheme provides 5.4 square meters of shared external space per dwelling and 1.3 square meters per dwelling of internal space. You see that? Do you dispute those figures, Ms. Roberts? And if you're not in a position to comment on it, then please say.
I don't dispute those figures.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's helpful. And just for completeness, the 2,655 square meters of external space, that actually accords as a matter of arithmetic with the figures that were included in the note provided by the appellant yesterday. So we know from that 2,655 square meters of external amenity space equivalent to 5.4 rounded square meters per apartment. Now, can we just, with that point in mind, please, Ms. Roberts, just take a look at the good practice guide. Now, you've produced some extracts in your appendices. If you're using your appendix, the extract I'd like your help with, please, is Appendix C in page 23. That's page 23 of your appendices, and it's page 75 of the original document. So could you just turn to that, please? And just tell me when you're there.
I've got the guide open, so it's page 75 of the guide, correct?
Page 75 of the guide, yeah, and the extract is your appendix, page 25.
Yes.
And page 75 of the guide is within a section that begins on the previous page, where some guidance is given at paragraph 442 in respect of zone 2, which is the residence shared areas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can we look, please, together on page 75 at the paragraph, which is 3 paragraphs up from the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look together as to what's set out in the guide there. Actively managed external amenities for residents that complement and in some cases link with internal amenities. These may include pocket parks, roof terraces, courtyard gardens, outdoor kitchen facilities, barbecues, fire pits, etc., etc. And then it says this: good practice would be to provide between 6 and 10 square meters per dwelling shared external amenity space with good solar orientation views and sheltered from the wind. Now, just to be clear, Ms. Roberts, the level of provision in terms of shared external amenity space provided by this development, we have agreed, is rounded up at 5.4 square meters. So that obviously is lower in terms of an overall level per dwelling than good practice in accordance with this guide would suggest, isn't it?
It is 0.6 difference, which I would in this instance consider diminutive. It's not a significant difference.
Well, all right. Well, the inspector can form his own view about the level of departure from it. But as I understand this guide, it is, as it says, a best practice guide, and it's been prepared by those who are involved in the industry, using their experience as to what ought to be provided as a matter of good practice within developments of this nature. Yeah.
It's also 5 years old, so we have an evolution of the reality, and actually the reality in many instances that, and you will also see within my evidence that actually the amenity provided for a lot of the developments is well beneath this provision.
Well, we'll come to that in a moment. But as far as the inspector's position is concerned, the level per dwelling of shared amenity space is lower than what good practice in the existing good practice guide for this sort of development would require, isn't it?
Sorry, is that a question or a statement?
Yes, it is. Yes, it was a question. Would you like to answer it?
It is slightly lower, but not significantly so.
Thank you. And were you involved professionally in the preparation of this edition 2 of the guide?
I was, most specifically into chapter 4.
So the very chapter we've just been looking at, Ms. Roberts.
Sorry, not chapter 4. If you look at page 174 of the guide, it's chapter 6. Sorry, it's the fit out specifications. So it's actually in the back. In the back is my chapter 6 credits.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. No doubt you signed off, did you, on the whole of the guide before it was published in its 2nd edition, Ms. Roberts?
No, I did not. I wasn't on the steering group. The steering group leads are on page 175, and then the whole guide was signed off by the steering group and also endorsed, if you'll see on page 2, by the Minister of State for Housing and Planning as well.
Thank you very much. Could you just give me that page reference again where you said that the steering group were identified? It's towards the 100.
The chapter leads are on a page 175.
You just give me a moment.
That was the independent panel review. So
I'm just scrolling down through it. I've got it electronically, so just bear with me for a moment, Ms. Roberts, if you would please.
Sorry, the steering group is on page 173. I beg my pardon. And then the review panel is on page 175.
Thank you very much. I've got page 173 open in front of me electronically. So this identifies the steering group, and that, as the name suggests, was the group that was responsible for the entirety of the document. Ms. Roberts, was it?
They were responsible for as it says, the steering of the guide. The individual chapters and the chapter leads were broken down into groups, and then it was fed back into a moderator, which I believe was Alex Note, and then it was had an independent review panel, which is indicated on page 75.
Yeah. I see. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So there was a steering group, and we can see the identity of the members of the steering group set out at 173. There were then working groups responsible for each of the chapters. And so far as chapter 4 is concerned, is the chapter with the reference I took you to a moment ago, that's form and layout. We can see the members of the working group identified at page 74. And I noticed that indeed you are identified in part of the working group for chapter 6, as you said. And then there was, and then we have the independent review panel who was set out at page 75. So, I mean, obviously it was a thorough exercise, wasn't it, Mr. Roberts, in terms of the production of this document?
Yes.
Right, good, thank you. Good, thank you very much. Right, can we then move on, please? On the same topic of external amenity space, so far as balconies are concerned, the Good Practice Guide also provides some guidance in terms of the provision of balconies. Can we turn together, please, to page 77 of the guide? Electronically. Thank you. And page 77, we can see in the penultimate paragraph on the page, a proportion of apartments may have no balconies, but with good full height bay windows or balconettes. And these may require an enlarged apartment over minimum areas, but may be more economical and suit the environmental aspect. You see that? Again, that's part of section 4 of the document that deals with form and layout, isn't it? And as far as that guidance is concerned, a proportion of the apartments may have no balconies. As I understand the position, it's agreed, I think, Ms. Roberts, perhaps you'd confirm, that as far as the appeal proposal is concerned, it is only, I think, 24% that are proposed to have balconies of 5 square meters. Is that, you can see you nodding, that's the figure that you're familiar with, is that right? Thank you. And then as far as any adjustment that is made with regard to the apartments that don't have balconies but have Juliet balconies provided, again, can you help me with this if it is something that you're familiar with? Was there actually any adjustment made in terms of enlargement of those apartments that have Juliet balconies as opposed to full balconies in accordance with what is suggested within this element of the guidance?
No, but if you see the second half of the sentence within the guide, it says these may require enlarged apartment over minimum areas, but may be more economical and suit the environmental aspect. In addition, the graphic on the page, on that page, it says balconettes, which are Juliet's, bay windows and enlarged apartment areas are alternatives to external balconies.
You can see that. Yep, see what the graphic says. So the position, I think, is, Ms. Roberts, lest there be any doubts about it, perhaps you'd confirm that there was no enlargement of any apartments to reflect the provision of Juliet balconies or balconettes as opposed to full balconies, as far as you're aware.
Not as far as I'm aware, but the schemes that I do manage, as I've evidenced before, that don't have balconies also don't have alternative layouts to schemes that may have a mix of balconies and no balconies.
All right, thank you. Can we then just go on, please, to a further reference in the Good Practice Guide concerning balconies, which I think I have to put to you as a matter of fairness. So go on to page 82 of the guide, please. Just give me a moment. Yeah, and can we look, please, on page 82 of the guide at the first subheading on that page, 464 private open space. Do you see that? Can we look at the first paragraph under that subheading? The principle of reduced level of occupancy equally applies to the calculation of private open space. It's acknowledged that some apartments, especially those intended for families, must have sufficient private open space. However, due to lower occupancy level, different needs and rental budgets in the small and medium 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom typologies, the provision of balconies should be interpreted flexibly. Where there is good level of residence shared external and internal amenities. And then it goes on to say, in all cases, living room should have fully openable, forgive me, with a full height glazed balconette or Juliet balcony. So that other element of the guidance that we see at page 82, so far as balconies are concerned, it does advise that the requirement or the provision of balconies should be applied flexibly. But that is specifically, isn't it, Ms. Roberts, in the context of there being good levels of residence shared external and internal amenity? Because that's what it says, doesn't it?
Yes, and in this instance, I do think the external and internal amenity meets the needs of the residents as per the local plan policy, page 25.
We'll come to that with you, perhaps with another witness in due course, Ms. Roberts. But I think what we can agree, so far as the extent to which there is a good level of residence shared external amenities, that the level of shared external amenities, as we've looked at already, is lower than what the good practice within this guidance would indicate, wouldn't it? We've talked about that already.
Yeah, marginally, yes.
Good, thank you very much. Good. You can put the guide away for the moment, please. Can I invite you then to turn to page 21 of your evidence, your written evidence?
Sorry, 21.
21 of your written evidence. And it's the table that you produce on page 21, which is indicating a percentage of balcony provision in other build-to-rent developments that you've identified, some of which you've confirmed helpfully that you're professionally involved in. Just in terms of what the inspector can draw from this exercise, firstly, you don't provide either in this table or elsewhere in your evidence the provision of shared external amenity space of a communal nature, shared communal external amenity space available in these other build-to-rent schemes that you've identified, do you? Because what you give is the overall level of amenity space for some of them. All right. Thank you. So in the context of, well, some of these schemes don't provide any or a limited number of balconies, what the inspector is not able to do through the exercise that you've put forward here is to understand what level of shared amenity space is available to the occupants of those other developments, is he?
Internal or external? So you're saying that the breakdown of the two?
Yeah, external. You don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that in some instances was because I wasn't able to get hold of the plans, so I wasn't able to verify, but I actually do know the developments quite well. And I also know that their external provision is much lower than the Basildon scheme.
There we are. Secondly, please, so far as these other schemes that you refer to in the table on page 21 are concerned, they're also, in terms of the overall number of units, considerably smaller than the Basildon scheme, aren't they? I think that the largest one that you refer to in the table on page 21 is the 294 unit scheme at the Almere in Milton Keynes.
Correct.
So insofar as any external amenity space provided within those developments are concerned, because there are a smaller number of apartments, it's likely to be less intensively used, isn't it, than the amenity space within the Basildon development, which is considerably larger in terms of the total number of units.
Potentially, I just don't have the unit mix comparison, so that would depend on the unit mix.
I see. All right, thank you. Well, that's a fair comment. Thank you. As far as the Basildon scheme is concerned, there have been various figures that have been produced in evidence in terms of the potential number of occupants. A figure, I think 1,200 was referred to in Mr. Dealey's evidence, and a figure of 1,500 is referred to in Mr. Harris's evidence. But it's about that order, is it, Ms. Roberts, in terms of the total number of potential occupants of this development?
Well, actually, in mine, I referred to something that's considerably less. So Mr. Dealey's was somewhere in the middle. So it could be it could be as little as mine, or as much as
Mr. Harry.
Mr. Harris, thank you. But I actually estimate it will probably be more likely around Mr. Dealey's figure of 1,200.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And then so far as these particular developments are concerned that you identify on page 21, none of those is in Essex, is it?
No.
And therefore they're not developments that would actually have been considered insofar as they fell to be considered against the Essex Design Guide, which is a document that the inspector's been referred to.
I would hope not.
Absolutely. And also, so far as these developments are concerned, do you happen to know whether these developments actually went through the process of securing planning permission as opposed to being developments that were introduced pursuant to permitted development?
To my knowledge, the only one that was permitted development was the Keel.
And that was the old former Tapsell.
HM1C building, yes.
And then so far as, and we can perhaps deal with this point briefly now, so far as the home view scores are concerned that you produce in this table, and you produce them also in the table that you've included on page 20 of your evidence. And I understand entirely from your evidence what home view involved, but you don't actually produce, do you, anywhere in your evidence, the questions that were posed to those who were invited to respond to the home view exercise?
I don't, but they're readily available on the website, and they're as simple as: how do you rate your design? How do you rate your amenities? How do you rate the value for money? How do you rate the management, etc.?
Right. Well, Mr. Roberts, I can only cross-examine you on the evidence you bring to the inquiry, and I think you've confirmed that those questions are not before the inspector. Good. Right. That's all I wanted to ask you about external amenity space. So can we move to topic 3, please, which is internal amenity space? And again, I just want to set the parameters, please, in terms of what is proposed to be provided. In terms of the quantum of internal amenity space, I took you previously during questions to Dealey's rebuttal, paragraph 3.3. I don't think we need to go back to it, but the figure he gives is 655 square meters of internal amenity space, equivalent to 1.3 square meters per dwelling. And I don't think you disputed that figure, did you, Mr. Roberts?
No.
Good, thank you. And so far as where that amenity space, internal amenity space, will be provided, following the amendments made to the scheme during its passage through the planning process, that amenity space is now confined to the first floor within the central block, isn't it?
No, there's some on the ground floor, the entry areas.
Oh, I see. Sorry. So if you include within it the reception area, and then as I understand the way it would work, you go through the reception area, past the reception desk, up the stairs or the lift, and then the principal area of internal amenity space will be on the first floor above the reception area.
Actually, that's zone 2. That's the secondary internal. So the first zone 1, as per the design, is actually the ground floor, where you do have the reception area, but you've also got a resident lounge and some circulation space. So I think that was evidenced on page 144, where you can see the resident lounge on the ground floor, as well as some stairs going up into the other resident amenity. So there's resident amenity on the ground and first floor.
Let me just catch up with you for a moment then. So you're turning to the DAS page
14, I think it might be 145 if it's electronically. It's the one with the double page spread of the entrance area.
So that's page 144 or 142, depending on which version you're working to, and that shows an artist's impression of the entrance lobby. And I can see, Mr. Roberts, you are quite right that what is shown in the artist's impression of the entrance lobby is a sitting area located on that ground floor adjacent to the reception area, isn't it?
Yes, and there's also some provision, understand the plans correctly, for some locker space and parcel post areas that are to the left of the picture,
Yeah.
down past the lifts.
Well, I think the inspector has the floor plans in front of him. I think are tolerably clear in terms of what's provided. But if we since we've got the DAS open, if we turn over the page to either page 146 or 144, we can see a page that's headed Proposed Uses Central Internal Amenity Space. And the floor plan on that page shows, I think, indicatively what is envisaged on the first floor, broadly above the reception area. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Thanks very much. Good. So we can understand what's provided and where it's provided. You can put the DAS away for my purposes for the time being, Ms. Roberts. Can we then turn, please, on the subject of internal amenity space, your proof of evidence? And please, would you turn to your proof at page 13? And paragraph 66 and 67 on page 13. Paragraph 66, you begin, secondary facilities are the shared amenities that meet the need or help to define the unique offer. These are provided where deemed applicable, but only if this is backed up by strong management. The type of amenity will depend on the business model, however, would typically include residence lounges, co-working space, meeting and dining, fitness gym, breakout quiet spaces, etc. And then if we can just scan down to paragraph 67, where you say the decision to include community amenity into a BTR development is a balance dictated by the need for a critical mass of residential units and also an understanding of the cost relationship for each type of functional amenity space that may be considered. I just want to make sure I understand what we can draw from those elements of your evidence. These sort of shared amenities that you were referring to in paragraph 66, so the lounges, the co-working spaces, the gyms, the dining areas, essentially whether, and if so, in what form, any of those type of facilities are actually delivered will be a decision that is taken once an operator is appointed, isn't it?
Yes and no. It can be. It will depend on the investor.
All right. Well, when an operator and an investor are appointed, Ms. Roberts.
Yes.
And therefore, because you've already very helpfully confirmed the inquiry, there's no confirmed, as far as you're aware anyway, there's no confirmed or contractually appointed operator or investor at this stage. The extent to which any of these type of facilities come forward and in what form is a decision that has not actually yet been taken because it requires the input of those particular stakeholders, isn't it?
The proposition that's put forward in the design is an essential part of why an investor would invest into a development like this, and obviously subject to detailed planning, the layouts. But those layouts, they can change, yes. But in terms of the composition of what would be required, it absolutely must meet what a resident would want and a resident would expect in terms of facilities, amenities, value for money. So if that proposition doesn't meet a resident's expectations, they won't rent. And therefore, the investment proposition won't work. So to suggest that the development may not come forward with those things would actually undermine the whole principle of a build-to-rent investment, and actually it wouldn't work. Investors would not invest or fund agree to buy this development.
Oh, let's just see if we can test that for a moment then, Ms. Roberts, just so I understand the position. Take a dining area. Whether a dining area is provided to meet residents, provide amenity to residents, meet their needs or requirements within this development, is a matter, as I understand it, that will only be determined in the future at the point that an investor and an operator have been appointed. Now, you say there may well be an expectation that that kind of facility will be provided, but in terms of what the inspector has before him in terms of the confidence of those matters, those are not matters that have yet been determined, have they?
You refer to a dining area like it's a single-use space. Actually, in reality, they're not. You may have an allocated space, and in this instance, the planning proposal has put that amount of amenity forward. Those particular spaces, they may actually change in terms of whether somebody wants to put in a cinema room, or which is a fitted out cinema room, or actually they wanted to put in a room which can be a dining room, it could be a Peloton space, it could be a viewing area, it could be an area for kids to play, it could be an area to do wellness and mindfulness, it could be an area to do some art projects. Actually, the versatility of the space, and that's one thing that's very important in terms of the way that these developments are designed, is to have flexibility of use. And actually, the total area of the amenity space can be flexibly used. It doesn't necessarily, at this stage of the design, have to be completely set in stone, because more detailed analysis would be done around actually, some of the aspects that might be the partnerships that might be entered into with the local businesses. So if there is, I don't know, a local trainer that wants to come in, and actually we want to create, I say we, but generally speaking, an operator wants to create links with those local suppliers to help embed the community and support local, then actually we want to ensure that they've got in design the facilities to do that. So there's an element of flexibility of the particular type of use of a particular room in a space. But the scheme itself, as it's laid out, in terms of that amenity and that resident journey.
There is some background noise. I think somebody is rustling plans or papers within the vicinity of Miss Roberts' microphone. So if that's the position, could you just bear in mind that we can hear that very clearly, and it is disruptive, and Mr. Linus seems to be holding his hand up as the guilty party. Is that right?
That is, sir. Duly noted. I will stay quiet from now on.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, I think in reference to dining area, you were using that as an example, illustrative. Do you want to put the point again?
Yes, of course, sir. I think, Mr. Roberts, you very clearly, a very helpful answer that you gave to that point. Just so I can see exactly, we'll address the inspector in due course and exactly what the position is here. The appeal scheme identifies a certain area of internal amenity space provision. That's the 655 square meters that we've discussed and agreed on. In terms of what is actually going to be provided within that internal amenity area, what facilities were there, how it will be deployed to provide amenity for residents, and whether it includes a dining area or a Peloton area or co-working space or any of those kind of things that you identified. Those are decisions that will be taken further down the line. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And those decisions will be taken further down the line when an investor and an operator have been appointed and therefore have direct involvement.
Often, but they can be taken earlier in terms of the, yes.
Right. And then in terms of the decisions that are taken further down the line, as you've confirmed in your evidence, including at paragraph 67, it involves a variety of factors, including issues concerning cost and income, doesn't it?
It does, but in order for a scheme to be viable, the income and expenditure budgets are done quite early in the process. So we do understand within a bandwidth what it costs to operate these buildings, and the types of amenity do need to be outlined, so we will know the impact on the operational costs to provide and to those facilities and to run those facilities.
Good. And therefore, so far as where this sort of leaves the inspector, in terms of looking at amenity provision within the development. The inspector knows that so far as internal amenity space is concerned, what the spatial area will be, that's the 655 square meters. But what actually is provided in terms of amenity within that area, I think it follows from the answers that you've given helpfully a moment ago, that is a matter that is not yet resolved and won't be resolved finally until further down the line.
Obviously, and some planning conditions could come around that.
All right, thank you. Good. Right, can we then turn, please, to one or two other related matters concerning internal amenity provision? Can we go back to your proof of evidence at page, just give me a moment, it's page 20, where you set out in a table that's broadly akin to the table on page 21 that we've discussed already concerning balconies, that shows the overall level of provision proposed at Basildon compared to other examples that you've identified and are familiar with. And again, as far as the position is concerned in terms of internal amenity provision, we can see there what is actually provided in some of these apartments that you're referring to elsewhere, such as the Abbeyville apartments, a concierge, a lounge, a co-working space, a gym, an Apex garden, a residence lounge, co-working space, a gym, and then a game zone, you see. I mean, the extent to which what comes forward at Basildon is going to be comparable to what is provided in these other existing build-to-rent developments really depends upon those decisions that we've just been discussing that will need to be taken further down the line, won't it?
Potentially, but when it comes to build-to-rent, the expectation of, you can see the consistency of a lot of those things that are provided. So concierge, parcel lockers, residence lounge, co-working spaces, gyms, cycle storage in often landscaped areas, terraces, podium gardens. That's almost a standard provision now in terms of the expectation for build to rent. So a lot of those things are, although they may not be specifically defined in the plans, and as you say, sometimes they will change slightly, there is an expectation that these developments would have those features. The nuances of what they may be in terms of how many sort of resident lounges and or screening rooms or wellness areas that can double up as certain things is for the more detailed part.
Thank you very much. Good. And then so far as the comparison between the number of units at the Basildon scheme that we're discussing compared to those others you've identified, again, as with the table on the opposite page, the Basildon scheme is significantly larger, isn't it, in terms of the overall number of units compared to the others you've identified? I think the nearest in terms of overall number of units is the Thames Quarter at Reading, included on that table.
Yes, correct.
And that obviously will have an effect on, amongst other matters, intensity of use of these kind of facilities.
It will, but there's still the quantum of square meterage per amenity per unit is still relevant. And actually, what we're finding is that communal spaces actually are working more flexibly, and with the changes in of trends where people are working from home a little bit more, changing their working hours and their habits, that these spaces are becoming more important, and they are actually, we're adapting the spaces quite readily, and they're accelerating that sense of community because we've got higher touch points.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make submissions on that in due course. Can we turn to a further point then, please, which is the question of corridors? We deal with that briefly. So far as corridors are concerned, I'm not going to go through the parameters with you again, but in terms of the journey within the eastern and western blocks for residents within those blocks, the length of corridor that they would have to walk, both at podium level and at apartment level, I think is agreed to be up to about 40 meters. Is that right?
14 meters, yes.
Well, no, hang on. it's 15 metres at apartment level. And then, as I understand the evidence that you gave in chief, in which you agreed with Mr. Dealey, in order to get to a core at podium level.
Oh, sorry, you said across the podium. Yes,
Let me start again.
sorry.
Once you enter the east or west block, you have to walk to the lift that serves the nearest core to your apartment.
Mhm.
That will be at podium level. And depending on where that lift is, it will either be, I think, 8 metres, or it'll be around about 15 to 17 metres if you're seeking to access the single lift core. You'll then take the lift to your apartment floor. You will exit the lift and you'll walk along the corridor on your apartment floor to your apartment, which can be a distance of up to 15 metres.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Good. So we understand what the distance is. As far as the corridor, both at apartment level is concerned, and the corridor that accesses the lift to a core at podium level, none of those corridors have any natural light, do they? I think that's agreed between us.
Right.
Okay. Now, in terms of the overall experience, can we just look back at the guide, just very briefly, the Good Practice Guide, and turn to page 80. Tell me when you have that, Ms. Roberts.
Yes, I have it. Sorry.
And can we look together, please, at the last paragraph on page 80? It's under the subheading, the number of dwellings accessed from a single core. And see what the last paragraph says. Consequently, it should be acknowledged that in build-to-rent housing, more dwellings per floor may be desirable. Not many more on a single core arrangement, as this will be dictated by means of escape distances, but flexibility on numbers of dwellings per floor in multiple core buildings. And then it says this will need to be complemented with good corridor and hallway design and supplemented with natural daylight and good ventilation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Very much indeed. And we are, I think, here confronted with a development that is a multiple core building, isn't it? In the sense that each of the apartment floors within at least the east and west blocks will have multiple cores within them, the 2 lift core and the 1 lift core.
Mm-hmm.
And the advice in the Good Practice Guide is that where that is the arrangement, this will need to be complemented with good corridor and hallway design and supplemented with natural daylight. Now, on the basis that we know there's no natural daylight, and as far as ventilation is concerned, that's going to be mechanical ventilation, it doesn't really accord with this element of the guidance, does it, Ms. Roberts?
I would disagree, because actually the whole journey is what we consider when we're looking at the resident's journey, and you have sufficient and actually plentiful natural daylight and good ventilation by walking across the corridor, by walking across the podium as part of the journey.
Well, right, Ms. Roberts, we know it's part of a longer journey. We might come to that in a moment. But as I understand this guidance on page 80, what this is talking about is the experience within the buildings themselves, isn't it? It talks about the situation where you have numbers of dwellings in a multiple core building, and that is precisely what is proposed, at least as far as the east and western blocks here is concerned.
So as per the terms of the guide, we look at renting the whole building. So actually your journey starts at the front door and goes through the entrance area, up through the resident areas, into the podium, which is the ventilation and natural daylight, into the core, up to your apartment and along the corridor, which so the journey is broken up by natural daylight and good ventilation.
Ms. Roberts, so we expect to conform his own view as to the applicability of this guidance, but I think it's common ground between us that insofar as the guidance is directed at the experience within corridors, natural daylight, certainly potentially good ventilation is not something that's provided within east and west blocks, is it?
Sorry, is that a statement or a question?
There was a question.
Oh, right. Well, actually, again,
Is it at the end? There was a question, Ms. Roberts.
So again, I disagree in the context that actually we look at these developments as a whole journey. for the residents' experience. And you may read from this that this is for a particular core or a particular part of the development, but actually in practice, we look at the whole customer journey and that experience for a customer on a day-to-day level.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. So I've made the point. And then so far as the examples that you give in terms of corridor lengths within other build to rent developments. So if we can turn together, please, to page 22 of your evidence, your written proof.
Yes.
At the top of the page, you have a table that identifies the appeal scheme and then some other schemes that you're familiar with, gives the number of units, and then gives in the penultimate column the furthest lift from lift to unit. Some figures are then given. Just help me with this. So far as those other examples are concerned that you offer, I mean, how many of those examples have the comparable journey overall that a resident at the appeal site would need to undertake? That is, coming in the front door, going up the stairs, going through the lounge, across the podium before they actually enter the block.
I just got to think through them. So the duet, you walk into the front door, you can go up the stairs to the podium if you like, but actually the lifts circumvent that. So you could go directly to the lift core and up and along. The forge, you would go in to the development, walk across some of the resident amenity space, go up into the core, go up into the lift and walk the length of the corridor without low light. The headline, I can't tell you specifically, but I know that you walk into the communal areas, go up to the lift, go into the courts.
Just be clear on that. When you talk about into the communal area, you talk about into the internal communal area, are you? Into the front door. Yeah, okay, thank you. And then the other two you're involved with are the Keel and Trilogy. Is anything to say by way of those?
The Keel, you walk into the front door and you can actually make a choice of whether you walk into a lift core and up and along the corridors, or it actually has two sides to it. It crosses a dock, so you can walk rather circuitously right around the dock if you like as well. And the Trilogy, you walk through the amenity space into the apartments, into the cores, and up into a core. One, as I've demonstrated before, one of those corridors has no natural light, the other one has a little bit. And Vox, you walk in, you go through amenity space up into a lift, walk across a corridor into your apartment. So some of them have podiums, but not necessarily walking across them. There are quite a few schemes that you do actually walk across podiums, but I haven't submitted those in there.
That's very helpful. That's a clear answer to my question. Thank you. And then finally, please, this issue about multiple entry points. And you've given some evidence about why you consider operationally the proposed arrangement is the correct one. I mean, there's nothing in principle that prevents in a build to rent scheme more than one point of entry, is there? It's just an operational requirement and also a funding requirement, a cost requirement.
No, it's in practice, it's very much about people's security and safety. And actually one of the primary concerns for people in a development is their safety.
But Ms. Roberts, just perhaps a statement to the obvious. I mean, if there's no reason why you couldn't have effectively multiple entry points that are staffed, that have reception desks or security staff in the same way as you have at the front.
One of the principles of good practice, as stated in the guide, is actually designing for operational efficiency, because the more staff that you have on a development means there is quite a lot of cost, and therefore we wouldn't be able to provide the provision of other services for the development, which actually makes the proposition for build to rent attractive and meets the needs of residents. So there's a very good reason why the manned costs are trying to be kept quite efficient. And that is also around the efficiency in design. And that includes not just manned points of entry, but it includes things like proficiency in sort of like resident portals. So that we provide technology through that people can communicate for reporting their repairs, getting responses to things 24/7. They can manage their own parcel lockers. And so it doesn't need a concierge to actually be there to manage the parcels. So that actually allows the staff to serve the residents better in terms of the services, getting to know the residents more, put on the events, visit the shared amenity spaces to get to know people and curate a lot of that sense of community. The manning of these developments is actually a considerable consideration when we're looking at the operating expenditure and the income, because actually the provision of service for people is something that is really important as part of the proposition of why they would rent.
Thank you. So it does come down essentially to a question about the impact in terms of operational costs. A number of manned entrances.
It is one element, but actually over and above that is around resident security and safety. I cannot stress enough how important that is, and the ability for people to tailgate into entrances. As I said myself, I tailgated into one in Basildon, into the Icon building. It's supposed to be a manned desk, mind you. Just had a sign saying we're not here.
Well, there we are. I mean, if it is manned and operated efficiently, then those matters can be managed to an acceptable degree.
The Icon is not a build-to-rent development. It's a buy-to-let investment property. And actually, that's the whole point around a build-to-rent operation would have somebody there 24/7, which is paid for through the operational income that comes from that development. So that's why it's so important to model these things before they're actually built, to make sure that they're viable for delivery.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir. Those are the questions I had for cross-examination. Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Lynes, any matters of re-examination?
Just a few, please, sir, if I may. Ms. Roberts, let's go back to the beginning of the cross-examination when you were asked about an operator. I just want to ask a few questions about that. First of all, please. I mean, at this stage of a planning proposal, in your experience, is it common or unusual? Which approach would you take to having a signed operator on board, given the position of investors?
It would be unusual.
Thank you very much. Secondly, we know that the planning applications before the inspector has the floor plans and the landscaping plans that I can ask Mr. Harris to comment on in due course. So there are plans in front of the inspector as part of a full application. To what extent, in your view, does that identify the capacity for space that would deliver a quality BTR scheme, looking at the plans on their own?
Yeah, so looking at the plans on their own, I assess this scheme to be meeting the needs of the residents for this particular location and the targeted demographic that would likely rent here.
Thank you very much. And as far as questions of the services that were going to be provided and how precisely the space is going to be used, can we just deal with the build to rent concept, please? We know that the build to rent concept can be secured through the 106, apart from other matters. But as far as the build to rent concept is concerned, when one comes to using these spaces that are identified on the plans, what comfort, in your view, does the build to rent concept offer or otherwise to the inspector about how these spaces are actually going to be used?
I think, as per my proof, that if the proposition is not is not right for the demographic, if it's not carefully thought through in terms of the provision of those spaces, the customer journey, then the proposition fails and the renters will not rent. And actually, there is confidence from experience that we've had in the market of operating these developments, and the experience that we curate, the designs that we specify in terms of that operational efficiency as well as the customer journey is essential. And this scheme meets those requirements as demonstrated within my proof about the Zone 1, the layout, the accessibility, and the proficiency of the design itself.
Thank you very much. And we've heard reference to Mainstay, who were, you say, consulted before and through the planning application, as well as NIDO, whose letter appears in Appendix L to your evidence. The factors that you just mentioned, are these matters which will be known to Mainstay or NIDO or otherwise?
Yes, of course. As operators in the sector, and as I said, I'm familiar with both of them. The fundamentals, and we've all read the guide, but we also operate these buildings. We know what the experience is day to day. We know we have the proof and the evidence from the reality.
Again, from your experience as operators, would you have any concerns about their ability to interpret what BTR would require on this site?
No, not at all.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned as well this matter could be secured by way of planning condition. Again, is that something which you would have any concerns or experience with?
No, not at all. I mean, the proposition really does need to meet the requirements of the rental market. So it can be stipulated, of course, but I shouldn't think it would need to be, because the investor would absolutely want it to be there. It's core part of the proposition for build to rent.
Thank you very much. Again, hopefully we can take it out. So we don't need to take it out, but for the inspector's note at CD C26, there is a Mainstay management strategy that was included as part of the planning application documents. Are you aware of that document?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So again, if underlining, if it were considered there any concern about the quality of services or provision that were being made, to what extent would it be possible, in your view, for a condition to be imposed requiring approval of any particular strategy or provision?
So what was the question?
Yes. To what extent would it be possible to impose a condition on a planning permission which requires the approval of a strategy or a particular form of provision within the development? Could a condition be imposed to achieve that?
Would a condition?
Could a condition be imposed in your experience to achieve that?
It could, but it would be unusual, but it could.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on, please. I can ask Mr. Harris to deal with other matters if necessary. Next, please, can we take out the good practice guide and turn to page 75, please. Now, you were taken to the reference to good practice being providing between 6 and 10 square metres per dwelling of shared external amenity spaces. But before we do that specifically, obviously this is being mentioned as good practice generally. I mean, what approach do you take to this guidance document when one is looking at developments? Guidance, policy, tram lines, fixed requirements, what approach would you say needs to be taken to them when applying them to individual schemes, please?
When applying the principles, guidance, policy, we look at the whole customer journey and the efficiency, the design, the customer experience in the context of the whole offer. We don't tend to break it down into single component parts because actually, a resident's experience isn't 14 meters of corridor. It isn't, 0.6 square meters difference of shared external amenity space. It's actually the whole proposition of how that all comes together. And that is how we look at how an operation works, how it will manifest itself in the day-to-day activity and the experience for residents. And I truly, truly wholeheartedly believe, and obviously it's my sector, it's my experience, that these developments have a much higher quality experience for residents. We're able to provide fantastic economies of scale to deliver something that is exponentially better than most rental properties in the buy-to-let market. And the rest.
I mean, in terms of the approach one takes to this guidance, if one looks down to the next paragraph on page 75, it says provision of amenities will depend upon a number of factors, but typology and scale have a significant influence.
Yes.
Again, as far as the approach to be taken to the guidance as a whole is concerned, do you agree with the proposition that it will depend on a number of factors?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if one reads on, it says, may depend on whether the scheme is situated in the suburban, urban or central context. So again, to what extent is the wider context relevant in your view to how the guidance should be applied?
Yeah, so I mean, in a central context, there's a lot of external amenity outside of the development. So we would take that into consideration, access to other parts of the city. I mean, this is as central as you kind of get in the town centre, and we definitely take that into consideration. The proximity to other amenities and facilities is a big part of how we look at the whole context in the macro and the micro.
Thank you. But even in that context, the point was put, well, you're below the 6 to 10 per dwelling of shared external amenity spaces. In practical terms, Ms. Roberts, based on your experience, the difference of 0.6 square meters per dwelling, in practice, is that or is that not going to make any difference to the experience or quality of the place?
No, it's no material difference at all.
And based upon your experience, again, how would you describe the overall quality of the shared amenity space, even at the measurement that has been identified during the inquiry?
The quality of the space is of high standard. The quantity of space is much higher and very high for build-to-rent developments for shared amenity space, as per my comparisons. And I think that there's a high quality offer on this scheme.
Thank you very much. And just before we leave this part of the guidance, go back to page 74. Then the second paragraph under 442, the central lift, lobby and circulation area should be considered not just as utilitarian space, but areas that enhance and contribute to the shared amenity areas. Again, is that an approach that you think should be adopted in this case?
Absolutely. Those touch points are so important in terms of creating communities, to getting to know your neighbours, to having some social interaction. It's a core part of the principle of build-to-rent, and building those communities has been not just a joy, but it's been demonstrated time and time again as the resident satisfaction of these developments and where they live.
Thank you. I'll come back to another reference later on as far as balconies is concerned, but can we deal first of all with page 77, please? And again, staying with the guidance and dealing with the order of the questions that were put to you, says a proportion of apartments may have no balconies, but with good full height bay windows or balconettes. Again, applying that to the circumstances of this scheme, the scheme consistent or inconsistent with that guidance in your view?
It's consistent.
Thank you very much. And it goes on to say these may require an enlarged apartment over minimum areas. So again, any prescriptive approach taken in the guidance in your view to how one responds to flats where no balconies are provided?
No, I mean, as I've demonstrated within my proof, it's not uncommon to have no balconies in a development, and it doesn't impact on resident satisfaction in terms of their design and enjoyability. value for money provision of amenities for a development.
Thank you very much. And if it goes on to page 82 in the guidance, please, and 4.6.4. And it says there, the provision of balconies should be interpreted flexibly where there is a good level of residents shared external and internal amenities. Again, how would you say the inspector should approach that aspect of the guidance, bearing in mind the balcony provision in this case?
I mean, as per the guidance, it should be interpreted flexibility, because we look at the overall proposition for the development and how it can be all brought together. And this development has excellent provision of external amenity.
Thank you very much. Now, just bear with me one moment. Yes, the point was put to you as well that the table in your proof of evidence dealing with balcony provision on page 21 included other schemes which were smaller than the proposal. To what extent, in your view, does that affect the principle that you were seeking to draw from the extent of balcony provisions and other schemes?
Well, obviously, where you've got a smaller scheme and you've got 12% balconies, obviously the provision of balconies in totality is going to be much smaller. 24%, you've got 114 balconies. That's actually quite a lot.
Thank you. But in your view, the fact that there are other smaller schemes which don't provide any balconies, to what extent does the size of those schemes influence the principle that you were seeking to draw relating to balcony provision and satisfaction of residents?
No, there's no correlation between the size of the development and the percentage of balconies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just bear with me. Cover these points. Cover those as well. So just bear with me. I'm just saying if there's anything more I need to ask you. Yes. Corridors, please, next. The point was put to you that when one looks at the guidance, we were not ensuring that there was daylight within the corridors in the scheme. And if we go back to page 80 of the guidance, please. It says the provision of multi-core buildings will need to be complemented with good corridor and hallway design and supplemented with natural daylight and good ventilation. The reference there to good corridor and hallway design, I mean, to what extent does that influence the overall experience of residents travelling to their apartments?
Yeah, again, we don't tend to, we don't break up the singularity of one particular experience of a 14-metre, 15-metre corridor as defining the living conditions. We look at the overall proposition and the journey in its totality, because actually people don't rent an apartment based on the corridor length. They rent an apartment based on the whole proposition of what's being on offer.
Thank you very much. And as far as these corridors are concerned, I mean, in reality and in practice, to what extent are they going to be lit artificially in any event?
Yeah, all corridors have to be lit anyway. I mean, look at the weather in England. Daylight doesn't help us that much.
There speaks a true Aussie, if I may say so.
Sorry.
There speaks a true Aussie, okay. And again, as far as the overall journey is concerned, so picture a resident walking through the external amenity space on the way to the flat and walking into the flat themselves.
Mm-hmm.
how would you describe the journey within the corridor without daylight as an overall part of that experience?
It's de minimis. It is also, though, curated. As I said before, we look quite closely at the experience in its totality, but corridors are also a way to enhance the experience for people through lighting, through the textures, through features of, could be the types of paints, it could be the types of ironmongery that go around the door, a sense of arrival into their apartment. But it's a small part of the entire journey. That whole journey, from the time that they walk through the front door or even see the development, is actually part of the whole proposition.
Thank you. And you're taken to some of the schemes in the table at page 22 of your evidence. I was asked, well, how many of these schemes have a comparable overall journey? Now, we know that you have experience, given the stars there, of the Jet and the Forge, the Kate and the Trilogy. From your experience of those schemes, how would you compare the overall journey in this scheme with those of other schemes as a residential experience, please?
Well, the schemes that I manage, if we're talking about distances, are much, much longer than the Basildon scheme, because that's just the distance from the lift. Obviously, to get to the lift, they've already taken the journey through the front door and up the lift, or through the communal spaces and up the lift. In regards to the Basildon scheme, the distance that's been mapped through is around 40 metres, which is actually quite short in comparison to what we see in other build-to-rent schemes.
Thank you. And finally, it was put to you that when one's dealing with the question of multiple entry points, that it was a question of cost. You've answered that. I don't need to go through all of that, and the relationship between cost and provision of other services. Just want to put this question to you. I mean, insofar as the provision of multiple entrance points would increase the cost, and that has a relationship to the provision of services within the buildings, what advantages, disadvantages, or otherwise would the provision of a single entrance space have, particularly in terms of the provision of internal amenity space and its qualities?
Yeah, so the single entry point allows for a greater provision of amenity space, because if you have a secondary entrance, you would have to allow for functional space for the staff as well. So you would be cutting into some of that internal amenity provision as well that could have otherwise been given to residents. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, re-examination.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Can we just review where we are? It's just coming up to 2 o'clock, so we'll take the lunch break. So far as this afternoon is concerned, then clearly the aim is to complete Mr. Harris if time permits. I should say, if it's convenient to everyone concerned, I am prepared to sit beyond 5 o'clock today in view of the circumstances, but if anybody's got difficulties with that, then no doubt that they'll indicate. That's clearly dependent upon how everybody else feels in terms of being able to go beyond 5 o'clock, and whether it starts to come counterproductive. But we'll review the afternoon as we progress, if that's acceptable. I normally take an hour for lunch. I think we can take less today if that's acceptable. Is half an hour sufficient? Any issues?
Not from our part, sir.
No increased bids on half an hour? That's settled then. It's just coming up to 2 o'clock, and I'll resume at 2:30. Thank you. The inquiry is resumed. I hope you're suitably refreshed and you've had sufficient time.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Linus, if you'd like to introduce your next witness, please.
Thank you, sir. I'll call Mr. Harris. Just check, there's a bit of an echo. I don't know if you can hear it, sir.
There is an echo, yes.
Just bear with us a second. Right, that should hopefully be better now.
That is better, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris is appearing on screen. You're Mark Harris, you're a chartered member of the RTPI. You hold a BA Hons in Urban Studies and Planning and a postgraduate diploma in Town and Regional Planning from Sheffield University. You're a partner of Freeths LLP in the Planning and Environment Group, and you have over 20 years planning experience in the private sector, advising a range of clients on residential, commercial and mixed-use developments. And that experience covers both development management and planning policy work. And you say you're familiar with the site surrounding area, largely as a result of advising the appellant during all stages of the planning process. Those details correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Now, as with other witnesses, what I'd like to do is just to ask you to summarise your position under a series of headings that we'll run through in turn. And the first one, just by way of introduction, is to deal with the principle of development. And can you summarise, please, your overall position having regard to the objectives of national policy, please?
So the Statement of Common Ground, it's called Document E4, Section 8, PDF page 10, confirms many aspects of the appeal scheme are accepted and common ground between us and the council, and acceptable also under the framework. The appeal scheme and the needs of Basildon Town Centre as a whole cut across and meet a significant range of national policy objectives and requirements as dealt with the framework. And they're largely identified in my proof of evidence in section 6. That's page numbers 42 to 49 or PDF page 44 to 51. But in summary, I wanted to make 11 key points. The appeal scheme is clearly sustainable development across the economic, social, environmental considerations. So benefits in presumption of the favour of development. It's in an unconstrained location and not subject to any footnote 7 designations, so the tilted balance is unchanged. It aligns with the government's objectives to deliver a supply of homes, but for a signature on the section 106 would have been deliverable under the NPPF glossary definition. It plays an important role in introducing residential and mixed use, which is linked to ensuring the vitality and viability of centres. It will obviously have a positive effect on the vitality and viability of Basildon Town Centre. And as explained in the evidence of Mr. Cafferty, it promotes healthy and safe communities. And there are particular benefits of build to rent, as explained by Ms. Roberts, including how it makes a significant contribution to health and well-being. The appeal scheme makes an effective use of brownfield land and the objectives of using it. There's also, it's linked to the importance of making an optimum use of land and not building homes at low densities where there is a shortage of land. It's also linked to increasing densities in locations such as Basildon Town Centre that are well served by public transport, and creating places that are high quality, beautiful and sustainable, both how they operate and appear. Also, it's linked to the importance of protecting greenbelt land, making as much possible use of suitable brownfield land and optimising density to do so. And finally, the relationship with heritage assets such as Brook House is an agreed position with the council, as set out in the Statement of Common Ground confirmed by Mr. Lowndes. So of those 11 national policy objectives, there's only 2 that are the focus of the council's case, and all others are agreed. We do not find any policy harm on those 2 issues, as the council alleges.
Can we come back to the planning balance later? Can we deal next, please, with 5-year housing land supply? Now, so we don't want to deal with this in any detail, either in your evidence or generally, given discussions that have taken place between us and the council, but we will be putting in something in writing in due course. But can you just briefly help the inspector, please, with where we anticipate being on this issue, as we will reflect in any written document that we provide.
Yeah, so as Mr. Lyons said, it's an agreed position with the council, but it's not changed during the inquiry. There's also an agreed position with the council, including Mr. Lowndes, how the housing supply benefits are substantial and particularly weighty in the context of the national housing crisis. And it's really only the exact figures on the housing supply position and its identification that remain the only point of difference between us and the council. I did welcome the council's position statement issued on Tuesday and providing a further explanation of how it reached the 3.5 years, which was subject of exchange between us before the inquiry started. But as Mr. Lyons has identified, it will be a subject of written submission, because having reviewed that, I still take the view that the amendment I proposed to the Statement of Common Ground, paragraph 15.1, remains, which is that for the purpose of the inquiry, 2.4 years remains as the extent of supply evidenced in line with the PPG, and 3.5 years is identified as a potential maximum figure. I will go into this in detail in the written submission, but just in summary, we've obviously got a particular focus on Basildon Town Centre, and from those sites with a total capacity of 533 units in the other sites category in the table, I still don't believe that sufficient evidence is offered. And as 533 units is a significant figure, for the purpose of the inquiry, I recommend that the paragraph 15.1 remains.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, we know from Mr. Lowndes' evidence that he identified, at least initially, when the proofs were submitted, 3.5 years as a significant improvement. He also accepted in questions put by me that the extent of the shortfall was a matter of weight. What approach do you take to the shortfalls that currently stands on our case, please?
Well, from my perspective, Mr. Lowndes' identification of 3.5 years is a significant improvement, still can't be accepted, particularly given the doubt on town centre delivery. The shortfall remains significant, and so the positive direction of travel that was identified by Mr. Lowndes is not proven, with a shortfall of around, I think it was agreed at circa 3,000 homes at 2.4 years, based on the supply deficit. And it's evident that significant improvement is still required through delivery proposals such as the appeal scheme in order to address that deficiency. So even if 3.5 years is taken, so I still believe this is a significant shortfall, which weighs in favour of the appeal scheme.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on then, please, to the overall approach to housing need. What would you like to say about housing need generally, please, Mr. Harris?
Well, in my experience, development and housing needs based on 3 points: how the council can meet its local plan targets; secondly, how it's meeting its OAN; and thirdly, its progress towards meeting its supply and delivery targets as required by the framework. And it's an agreed position with the council that it's plainly failing to achieve those targets. And the council also recognises that it needs to improve its position. And the clearest evidence we've got of that recently is in the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan, July 2021, which I believe is CD reference B19, or at CD reference B19, PDF pages 8 to 9, paragraph 3.5, where they're identifying that steps need to be taken, including preparing an urban capacity study for Basildon Town Centre to identify additional supply, and promoting PPAs to assist in delivering complex sites. So from obviously the appeal scheme does and did do both of that. We entered into a PPA with the council, and we also make a significant contribution towards that supply position. I do accept from the council's position statement issued on Tuesday that they are producing a new urban capacity study, but that's not yet been published and will not be submitted to the local plan examination until early 2022. So for the purpose of boosting supply and delivery, it's important to rely on sites like the appeal site to contribute both towards supply and town centre regeneration.
Thank you very much. So if one steps back from this is a detailed process that's going to be followed, to what extent does the position statement that's been put in by the council or the other evidence that the council has submitted as far as housing needs concerned still show unmet need that would be satisfied by this scheme, please?
So the core document reference C.3 position statement identifies how there's a draft policy R2 target of 2,128 residential units in Basildon Town Centre to 2034. It identifies how 940 net new homes have been delivered up to March 2020, which is a difference of 1,188 new homes currently against R2. It's agreed and accepted by the council that the scheme is consistent with R2 and will help to deliver that. And that was identified in the committee report. And so you've also seen the correspondence with the local plan inspector, identifying that R2 doesn't provide for OAN, doesn't supply even up to the level below, up to the shortfall against OAN. So as the identified OAN has increased, and exchanges with the local plan inspector identified the importance of development in town centres or the town centre to increase. That's quite an important conclusion to make, particularly set against the national policy objectives of a town centre first approach, optimisation of previously developed land to avoid greenbelt release, and also set against an urgent need to regenerate the town centre and boost housing supply in locations such as the appeal site.
Thank you very much. Now, we've heard evidence this morning, touching into this afternoon from Ms. Roberts on build to rent. Can you explain to the inspector, please, how the build to rent nature of the scheme feeds into this overall question of housing need, please?
So this is linked to the SHMA 2016, which I'm conscious I don't believe is a core document, but there's a reference to it in the February committee report at PDF page 3. Paragraph 1.13, and there it identifies the SHMA 2016, which is the evidence based to the emerging local plan, indicated around 15% of borough residents could afford to privately rent, but could not afford to purchase a property, which was obviously linked to the BTR proposition. And as I've said, that's expressly identified in the committee report, that the build to rent can then offer an alternative for some householders who are unable to purchase. And also there's a specific identification of build to rent as a new form of residential tenure and clear government support for that as a concept with its introduction in the PPG, which again is in the February committee report at page 15.
CDC 45, is that right, Mr. Harris?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, I interrupted there with that reference, or are you finished?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, final sort of point under this series of points under sort of principle of development. We know from the history that's in your evidence as to how the applications have been treated before the change in political administration at the council. Just to summarise for the inspector, whether there's been a change of circumstances or how you suggest this should be approached in this case, please.
So I conclude there's been no change in circumstances, and it was a point that was made in the representation from the council's leader, which I will do separately. But certainly from my perspective, and it's agreed that it's common ground at the inquiry, there's been no change in circumstances since the original February and April 2021 resolutions. The planning officer's report to the August committee concluded there'd been no change in approach and recommendation following their publication of the July 2021 MPPF. And this was also agreed by Mr. Lowndes in circumstances on the ground and nothing as far as policy. So you'll be aware that the National Design Guide was also in place in 2019 and actually considered as part of the application. So again, no fundamental change in approach in terms of how that's now referenced in the July 2021 framework. So I conclude that the framework as outlined in the Statement of Common Ground remains relevant.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we move on, please, to the second broad topic beyond principle of development and look at Basildon Town Centre regeneration, please, as a discrete topic. And your proof in section 7, internal pages 57 to 60, identifies the history of the town centre and regeneration objectives, how these have evolved over time. But can we stand back from the detail that's set out in section 7 and summarise for the inspector, please, how you would describe or interpret the approach to regeneration that's been taken by the council, please?
So, Sarah, in my experience, it's quite common that a local planning authority will either develop a specific master plan or a strategy to formulate its objectives and ideas, either to provide a local, regional, and often national platform to encourage interest, investment, and ultimately change. And that can either be a corporate thing or a planning objective, or both. And depending upon the position of the development plan at the point of the formulation, such a document can either become SPD, or if there's no such policy hook, it can be used as a prospectus to profile, raise, encourage, and inform investment development decisions. And the council consistently over time has been taking that proactive approach in an attempt to encourage investment and drive change in Basildon Town Centre. And in summary, you'll be aware from everything you've read, so that the first master plan was published in 2006. It's known as the Basildon Town Centre Development Framework. And this dated back from the 1998 local plan, which identified under policy BAS TC1 that there was a general need for improvement. This was then superseded by the 2012 master plan, which, if you look at section 5, internal pages 9 to 15, PDF pages 11 to 17, identifies a need to regenerate, how housing will assist in meeting local targets. Residential is a key contributor to regeneration, including more support for retail, service and leisure uses. And finally, it's appropriate to increase height overall. Just on that particular point, so it's noteworthy that at that point in time, it was only the western part of the site that had been identified for development on the illustrative master plan. But I believe this is likely to have been made based on known availability, and that's landowner developer availability at the time, which largely such plans are, such as the 2020 regeneration strategy, for example. So since then, we've seen some progress. The cinema and the college, which you'll have seen, but really only very limited progress apart from that. And so the 2020 regeneration strategy was put in place as a review of the 2012 master plan, and to update the objectives in order to offer much greater ambition and focus on regeneration through mixed use and residential development to deliver regeneration, with a particular emphasis on residential in terms of meeting a housing need, but also contributing towards the town centre. And this was set against the context of the town centre retail offer, particularly experiencing structural change. That's a point I've sort of identified, particularly at paragraph 720. And as part of that preparation of the master plan, the council appointed Cushman & Wakefield as commercial and retail property experts to advise them on what the master plan should look to do in terms of delivering that change. So whilst I acknowledge the new administration has identified a review of the regeneration strategy, the whole concept of the strategy has not been removed completely, as it still accepts the need for regeneration remains in the town centre. So the only real discussion that we've had on this particular point in the inquiry so far has been by or from Mr. Lowndes on behalf of the council, where he accepted the cross-examination on the 10th of November that the need was urgent or is urgent. And that's an important area of agreement between us.
Thank you. If we move on from this overall approach, please, and we look at the 2012 regeneration, the master plan, sorry, the 2012, the SPD, and then the use of the 2020 regeneration strategy. Can we deal first of all with the 2012 SPD? What do you say should be taken from that, and what status do you consider it has within the context of this decision, please?
So it's been agreed between us and the council that the 2012 SPD remains part of the council's suite of supplementary planning documents. But it has been an objective of the council to replace this SPD with a new town centre master plan, so as to formally supersede it. And it's explained at paragraphs 1.9 and 4.13 of the February committee report, which is CD C45, PDF pages 2 and 27, where formal revocation of the SPD was intended to be ratified, and that, as I understand, has not yet taken place. So from what we know, the council are looking to replace the SPD and not use it in decision making. So yes, it still remains SPD, but the committee report offers clear evidence of how it's not being applied in that it's not being used by the officers in their appraisal and recommendation of the appeal scheme. And I know it wasn't referenced in the council's statement of case, which highlights its lack of use. And as identified during Mr. Cafferty's evidence, he identified that it's dated, which can be seen with particular reference to section 9, monitoring and review, where it will be monitored and reviewed every 5 to 7 years. So, i.e. no later than 2019, which led to the regeneration strategy. And so during that time since 2012, you'll be aware, sir, that government guidance and our approach to housing delivery in town centres has continued to evolve. I think we've had something like 3 iterations of the NPPF since then. So in conclusion, I think we can only, or I think there's only limited weight that can be given to the SPD as a material consideration.
Okay, now we'll come on to the question of height and townscape character and so on, but to the extent that weight is given to this document as a material consideration, can you just explain to the inspector the extent to which it acknowledges or otherwise the need to increase height within the town centre as opposed to maintaining any prevailing current heights in the town centre?
Okay, so just sort of starting from the top really on the regeneration strategy, it's agreed between us and the council that it's got no weight as policy. I've made that plain in my proof. That's common ground with the council. And at the time of the completion of the statement of common ground, SAIL have seen it's an area of disagreement that the regeneration strategy should be material or given weight. And I noted Mr. Lowndes commenting that it should be given some weight, but not very much. But it's my position that's been a consistent one throughout that I believe it has some weight as a material consideration, but obviously less than a DPD, but perhaps greater than what Mr. Lowndes identified. And that's really based on 3 considerations as I see it. Its use at the time of the February and April 2021 resolutions, as identified in the committee reports where it was identified as a direction of travel for the town centre. The fact in the local plan review, it's been used by the council as their urban capacity study to date, as demonstrated in the local plan examination correspondence exchanges. And this remains in place, has not been withdrawn as yet. And as I've said earlier, I do note the council's position statement, but that's what we have at the moment to demonstrate capacity to meet that OAN shortfall, prioritise previously developed land, reduce reliance on greenbelt land take, and improve the vitality and viability of the town centre. And the final point, which is also important, so is the design approach. The regeneration strategy identified a design approach for the site in a draft and approved version, which was based on the advice of independent master planners. We made that, and the property experts, Cushman and Wakefield, which I referred to earlier, in formulating that work and recommendation. And you'll be aware, so that this offered an approach to height and urban design as demonstrated in the draft, and ultimately offering important independent validation of the approach of the scheme. And I do disagree with Mr. Lowndes' proof of evidence, where he says that we placed over reliance on the regeneration strategy in our approach. And I note last week that he commented that we'd actually retrofitted our scheme. That's incorrect chronology from my experience of the planning application. The scheme was submitted for pre-application in December 2019. We had our first pre-application meeting with the council in January 2020. And that was all without sight of the draft regeneration strategy. And that actually only came out a matter of 4 or 5 months later on. So I believe the council looked at our proposal for the site and our approach, felt comforted from that, and obviously looked to introduce the principles into their own draft. And I think just putting the regeneration strategy and approach to one side, it's really important to remember that this scheme has to be judged based on its performance against the development plan and the NPPF. It would simply be unsafe to rely on the regeneration strategy as a basis to promote and make a decision. And I think this probably reflects where the council got to in using it as a direction of travel rather than the SPD that they were looking to originally promote it as when it was first published.
Thank you very much. Now, we've heard that there's been an explanation of a new strategy that's coming forward in due course from the council. And what approach do you suggest inspectors should take to that possibility, or the timeline that appears to be indicated in the evidence?
Well, we've obviously seen and had it confirmed that a new regeneration strategy is being published. But as matters stand, that hasn't been published. Mr. Lowndes, on behalf of the council, didn't know what the content of that plan was and could only speculate on its contents. So at the moment, we can't, for the purpose of this inquiry, give any weight to that strategy and what it may contain.
Thank you very much. Next heading, please. Scheme benefits. Now, we've touched upon this in the context of national policy, but again, can you summarise for the inspector how you see the scheme benefits line before we go on to look at the particular features of this scheme and the reasons for refusal?
So the benefits of the scheme have never really been in doubt or challenged by the council until this appeal. And my proof of evidence at pages 3 and 64 both contains full summaries of the economic, social and environmental benefits that will arise, and all are substantial, from my perspective. And that was also something that was recognised by the council officers in their February 2021 committee report. That's PDF page 8, paragraph 1.43. So we're essentially in agreement with the benefits that the scheme would offer. And the statement of common ground also reaches a similar position, I believe, recognising the benefits throughout. And I noted that in his proof of evidence, Mr. Lowndes questioned those benefits, but I also noted the offer actually offered no alternative evidence, and there's nothing before the inquiry to challenge those conclusions of us and also the officers themselves.
Thank you. Now, during the inquiry, we've heard views from ward councillor and the college as well on the matter of benefits to the town centre. Do you have anything to say about their comments, please?
Yeah, so just dealing with those points in turn, the councillor, obviously the ward council obviously raised concerns which we don't agree with generally, but did identify that the site and the town centre is a, in inverted commas, high crime area. So one of the benefits that you noted, so is the scheme does provide a safer environment for the town centre with improved active frontages, increased natural surveillance with occupied units and residential above, a fully managed BTR building and with it increased footfall, which will also provide increased activity and a sense of being throughout the day and the evening, which I believe can only be beneficial in addressing this, obviously the high crime statistics, but also the sense of safety and crime. And the scheme's also been designed to follow secure by design principles, which are secured under condition 46. And then secondly, in terms of the position of the college, they are an important stakeholder in the town centre and have been what I believe a very early and important improvement in the part of the town centre. And it's a building that has a close relationship with the appeal scheme and site in that it shares Market Square. And if anything, you'll note from a site visit, sir, that there's quite a stark contrast now between the site and the college and some of the public realm works that have been undertaken as part of that scheme as a consequence. It's really important to note that the college have been supportive of the appeal scheme throughout, sought to work in partnership with the appellant and vice versa. And as part of the scheme, there are links to with the college through supporting employment through construction, for example, and then operation of the scheme through startups and entrepreneurship, particularly with the proximity of the incubator space that's identified on the schemes in proximity to the college itself. And I've always thought that as a first phase of the town centre improvements, the appeal scheme can further build on the benefits that have been delivered by the college. And if the appeal scheme doesn't occur, then obviously no link with the college can occur, and the physical appearance of the building will continue to detract from what's occurred on site. And I think that's an opportunity cost that needs noting, which is significant based on there being no alternatives for the site. and also significant based on the college's important social and economic role in the life of the town and the wider borough. And it's been explained to the inquiry that a scheme with lower height will still deliver benefits, but there is no scheme with a lower height that's in front of us, and the appeal scheme is a viable basis to proceed. So that given that town centre regeneration is important, it's important to proceed. Sorry, town centre regeneration is urgent. It's important to proceed, and substantial weight should be given. The appeal scheme offers the only basis to do that.
Okay, thank you. Then can we deal briefly as well, please, with consideration of the proposal through pre-application, bearing in mind there's an allegation, Mr. Lowndes, proof that there's been insufficient treatment paid to local context, and just describe to the inspector, please, your view from your perspective about that issue in the context of pre-application and application discussions.
So I think I was particularly disappointed to note from the council statement of case and reason for refusal that they've taken a point that the approach taken in the application to understanding context and local distinctiveness and then justifying townscape and architectural language was somehow deficient and led to harm. So what I've done in response to that in my proof of evidence, internal pages 69 to 72, PDF pages 71 to 74, is to actually spell out what we did as part of an overall approach to scheme formulation, pre-application discussions, the assessment of the planning application itself. So I don't want to spend too much time repeating that, but what I would do is sort of compare that with what NPPF paragraph 132 asks us to do, and that sets an expectation in terms of design in the preparation, consultation and assessment of schemes. And so when you compare that to what we've done and also the evidence that was presented by Mr. Cafferty, it's quite clear that there was an early and extensive discussion with the local planning authority and the community about the design and style of the scheme. And I will touch on this later when I respond to the representations that were made by the ward councillor and third parties on that. But throughout, there've been close work and liaison, which did take place through webinars because we were in the midst of lockdown 1. But certainly the consultation was early, proactive and effective. And the design quality, I believe, was considered through careful evaluation, evolution and assessment, which is demonstrated in the design access statement, obviously the point in time in terms of the QRP, but also the fact that the appellants invested in a planning performance agreement in order to secure the input of senior planning officers, including the head of planning in the scheme, to make sure that we're dealing with all the issues correctly and promptly and appropriately. And that's all again demonstrated in the pre-application response in the committee report. So, and ultimately reflected in not one, not two, but 3 positive recommendations and 2 positive resolutions.
So, I mean, Mr. Harris, if one asked the questions, if one asked you the question, could you have done anything more, either as a planner or as part of a wider consultant team? What would your answer be?
I don't think we could have done anything more, frankly. Given the working restrictions that were imposed at the time with lockdown 1 and then further lockdowns, actually through video calls and webinars, the experience was that it actually provided us with a much greater focus to communicate, particularly with officers, and through the communication engagement that we did. And that was certainly sometimes contrasted with what we were experiencing pre-pandemic. You can actually have very effective, focused conversations with officers to debate and discuss, evaluate key issues, but also make sure that you're placing much greater emphasis on communication, outreach and engagement with local communities as part of the pre-application engagement that it's essential that you do. So ultimately, I don't think we could have done anything more.
Just before we move on to another topic, as far as the consideration of context and local distinctiveness is concerned, I mean, what weight do you say should be given by the inspector to that history and the experience and knowledge of officers and indeed members when you were going through the process, including the DAS?
I believe substantial weight should be given to that.
Now, let's move on, please. Next heading, impact on character and appearance and general design quality. Now, we've heard substantial evidence on this from a number of witnesses. But from your perspective as a planning witness, can you just summarise your position, please?
So it's clear that the council's objection is to proposed type based on approach to character, and that there's, I believe, no disagreement on the policy approach. So dealing with the points in turn, in terms of the location, due to the site's position in a town centre, it's previously developed land, it's a dated and underutilised building that's highly accessible by public transport. It's in a constrained Greenbelt authority with a town centre in need of regeneration. And that sets, for my mind, a clear foundation to consider the merits of increased density in what would be a tall building. It's also, I believe, particularly important to note that it's not in a constrained location. It's important to set against the fact that Basildon Town Centre is not a conservation area, nor is it ever proposed to be one. And we only have Brook House as the only listed building. I mean, I say that as a building, not a structure, in the immediate area. In the development plan and the emerging local plan, there are no designated or proposed designated view management frameworks, protected townscape areas or vistas or equivalent policy mechanisms to control development. So from that perspective, there can be no objection in principle to an increase in height as a starting point. And certainly, so you'll have noted that in the development plan and the emerging local plan, there's no identified or recommended cap on what that should be. And it's also not a constrained location for the purposes of NPPF footnote 7.
And in the context of tall building policy, anything to say on tall building policy specifically, Mr. Harris?
So there's no tall building policy. In my experience, if there was a particular concern, objection or policy reason to control, encourage or discourage additional height in a given area, then the development plan would identify it. And there is nothing in the development plan or the local plan review to do that. So with an increase in density and height being an objective of the 2012 and 2020 master plans, that, to my mind, offers a clear direction of travel.
Okay, so that's the sort of position locally. Nationally, we have the National Design Guide that's been referred to in evidence already. We've covered the NPPF to some degree already. And I think nationally, which was relevant here in your view to the approach to taller buildings.
So National Design Guide, paragraph 69, which is internal page 20, PDF page 24, has a commentary on well-designed tall buildings and identifies how they play a positive urban design role in the built form. It identifies how they act as landmarks, emphasising important places and making a positive contribution to views in the skyline. And that was certainly a point that's been made by the evidence of Mr. Cafferty, Mr. Jackson, that you'll have heard. And also there's a point there that they were explaining about the urban design rationale for height in this particular location, which has also been demonstrated in the submitted DAS that you've seen, which I wholeheartedly agree with. But also, I feel that urban design and height and the logic for that was also identified and agreed with planning officers. At no point were we discouraged. And I think that's best expressed and demonstrated in the pre-application response, where they identified a clear logic for design and height, particularly in terms of the relationship with squares and what the role of the development would achieve. So it's really important to highlight that nowhere also is there a requirement to demonstrate a need for a tall building or a particular height. Simply, the NPPF advises and recommends that we test its appropriateness, and then we assess it against the wider considerations in place.
Thank you very much. One topic still within impact on character and appearance is the approach taken to heritage matters. Now, we have a heritage assessment included within Appendix 1 to your proof, and we know that the council isn't taking any issue with the scheme in heritage grounds. What view do you take in the circumstances of this case about relationship between townscape and heritage?
So it's my view that there is an overlap between townscape and heritage. And the conclusions of the the heritage impact assessment and heritage generally are of relevance as a backdrop to Townscape as part of an overall assessment of heritage impact. And you'll be aware that all parties have agreed, including Essex County Council Place Services, that there is an agreed level of harm. And Historic England themselves in their representation letter went one step further and identified no objection at all based on their comprehensive assessment as they'd identified it in the correspondence and the planning application. So I'll draw your attention to the heritage impact assessment in my proof, Appendix 1, paragraphs 2.23 to 2.32, pages or PDF pages 25 to 32. And that identifies what are considered to be heritage benefits, which are linked with Townscape and the character of Basildon Town Centre. And in summary, that identifies that the appeal scheme will add activity to the listed building, that's Brook House's setting, during the day and the evening. It will make the public spaces more inviting, particularly after dark, and will make Basildon Town Centre more lived in, which is consistent and complementary to the original reason for Brook House and its role. And they're all positive townscape and character contributions which should be weighed positively in the balance. And if it's been accepted, which it has been by Mr. Lowndes, that Townscape forms part of a wider heritage assessment and that position is agreed, if there's no heritage objection being pursued, given the statutory nature of that consideration, in my view, this must downplay the magnitude of any objection on Townscape terms.
Thank you very much. Now, sticking with the issue of tall buildings, to what extent has there been any challenge in your view to other aspects of planning which may be relevant when one's considering a tall building proposal?
So in the formulation of this application, we had reference to the Historic England guidance on tall buildings. That's CD A6. Particularly draw your attention to PDF page 11, which is internal page 8, and that provides essentially a checklist and a process for assessing tall buildings, which I think is particularly important in this location in the absence of a tall building policy in the development plan. And so you'll have seen the environmental statement that was submitted as part of the planning application that includes a comprehensive suite of technical assessments relating, and consistent with the Historic England guidance. And on that, you'll see so that in terms of wind and microclimate, that's been found acceptable on a solus and cumulative basis, subject to the mitigation on the northwestern elevation to be secured by condition. Daylight sunlight is found to be acceptable. Overshadowing found to be acceptable. And I note that there was an objection to the impact on squares in the reason for refusal, but there's been no evidence since then pursued either in the statement of case or the council's evidence. The scheme is demonstrably sustainable, which has been accepted by the council. And it's also been demonstrated and accepted that there's going to be no impact on adjoining occupiers and business in terms of noise. So will thus provide an acceptable living environment. And as the author of the tall buildings guidance, I think the position of Historic England is particularly helpful to the inquiry in underlining the appropriateness of the approach and the findings of the application.
Thank you. Now, in previous days of the inquiry, seems a while ago now, the inspector asked previous witnesses about the approach towards policy in the NPPF when it comes to design. And can I ask you to summarise your position, please, as the planning witness for the appellant as regards the NPPF, but also bearing in mind there is emerging policy locally as well. So can you summarise your position, please?
So in terms of the approach, the scheme needs to be principally judged against the NPPF. I specifically identified paragraphs 130 and 134. And then we have policy B12, criterion 1 to 2 and 4, and regard also is to be had to the National Design Guide and the 10 characteristics that are identified in that. And we also have the draft local plan policies as well. So dealing with those points in turn, the NPPF paragraph 130, Mr. Cafferty in his appraisal provided you with a comprehensive overview of criterion A to F. So I don't believe I need to repeat that. In terms of NPPF paragraph 134, it was my conclusion, continues to be my conclusion, that the development is well designed, as presented by Mr. Cafferty, so should not be refused. It also reflects local design policies and government guidance, particularly in the form of the National Design Guide. And in terms of the two criterion A and B, so you'll note this is an and/or requirement, so we can comply with both or just one. The scheme is demonstrated by Mr. Cafferty, and in the SWAP DAS does, in my view, reflect local design policies and government guidance on design. It's also taken into account local design guidance in the form of the Essex Design Guide, where authors have asked us to, or if it's been deemed relevant to do so. In terms of criterion B, the scheme can be described as being innovative with a high level of sustainability, or it will demonstrably help to raise the standard of design more generally in the area through its design and appearance. And you'll note from my proof, I've placed particular weight on the second part of this criterion, as the evidence of Mr. Cafferty and Mr. Jackson identify how design standards will be increased in the area, and the scheme will follow the form and layout of the surroundings. And then that conclusion is supplemented by the National Design Guide 10 characteristics. And what I've done in my proof, internal pages 86 to 88, PDF pages 88 to 90, set out how I believe the scheme is well designed. And this can also relate positively with how the scheme follows National Design Guidance advice on tall buildings at paragraph 69 to 70.
Thank you. And then the local plan?
So my conclusions on national compliance lead me to a positive conclusion on the development plan and the local plan review policies. Local plan BAS BE12, internal page 51 for your reference, sir. The scheme will cause no material harm, particularly those criterion that are relevant in terms of the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene, and it will cause no harm in terms of overshadowing or overdominance. In terms of draft local plan DES1, internal page 152, criterion 1, it's important to note the appellant worked in partnership as I've identified, to the point of the administration change to deliver regeneration in line with policy R2. And you'll see in my proof that I also make reference to communication with the new administration following that change in an effort to secure planning permission being granted. And against criterion 2, it's my conclusion the scheme is high quality design that optimises the use of land whilst complementing and enhancing the quality, appearance and functionality of the area. And it's positive towards character in line with criterion A because it corresponds with historic quality in line with criterion B, provides an inclusive and accessible environment that functions safely, as identified by Ms. Roberts.
And then we have high quality objectives outlined in draft policy DES4 as well. Similar reasons, compliance or otherwise?
Entirely compliant.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on, please, to acceptable living conditions for residents. We're nearly there. Number of points have been raised by the council, particularly through Mr. Deely. Again, can you just confirm any relevant aspects of policy that need to be addressed when the inspector is considering these issues, please?
This is a point I identified specifically in my proof as well. But just for summary, there's no policy requirement in the adopted local plan and emerging local plan. There's no policy requirement in the adopted local plan. In the emerging local plan, specifically policy H25 criterion 1, does not require compliance with the Essex Design Guide on amenity provision. I do note reference at paragraph 12.18 in the supporting text to draft DES1, where it does state in making an assessment against DES1, the council will have regard to the latest guidance, including the Essex Design Guide. And that really reflects its role as guidance, which has been recognised by officers throughout and from the start.
Yes, and in any event, to what extent can weight be given to the emerging plan at this stage?
So if you see the April committee report, paragraph 3.4, which is PDF page 134, it identifies how policy H25 has moderate weight.
Is that something you agree with?
I agree. Yes, I do agree with that.
Now, Mr. Deady's evidence, there was a reference to how the Essex Design Guide is engaged, I think was the way it's been put before. What view do you take about the EDG in that context as reference to engaged?
I completely disagree with that interpretation. If there was if the Essex Design Guide was engaged, the local plan, either the adopted version or the review version, would actually provide that specific instruction. And it simply doesn't do that. When we go back to 12.18, it's the fact that it refers to it as having regard as latest guidance, including that, in my view, is not a specific policy instruction. I think it's important to make the point that very early on, recognising the fact that the Essex Design Guide is there, it's always been there. Right from the first pre-app with officers, we sought to explore with them how they were applying their amenity standards and the Essex Design Guide. And it was confirmed by them that it was being applied as guidance as they saw fit. And with reference to the pre-application response, hard copy page 3, there's no reference in there to the requirement to comply with the Essex Design Guide. Simply, we were provided with a clear instruction, an important instruction to demonstrate that there's a good level of amenity space to be provided. And at that particular point in time, why the scheme does not require balconies. And so you'll note that the scheme was revised during the course of the application to include that.
Okay, so that the pre-app response at CDC3, is it, Mr. Harris?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much. And then when we look at the committee reports, fast forwarding, as it were, from the pre-app response, again, how did the committee reports address the design guide?
So the committee reports do not include an assessment of the proposal in terms of amenity space and proportion of balcony provision against the Essex Design Guide. And it's my experience that if a local planning authority wants to use guidance in that way, they would have identified it, undertaken an assessment of the design guide's requirements against the proposed development, identified the conclusions and findings of that assessment in their committee report, and used it as a basis to make an assessment and a recommendation to their council. And so they simply do not do that, and it's absent. And the only reference in the committee report to the Essex Design Guide is at paragraph 5.122, PDF page 54, where they use the 5 square metre Essex Design Guide dimension to confirm that that's the correct dimension to use.
Thank you. So if one stands back as well from the design guide, we've already heard evidence on detailed aspects of the guide. But if we stand back and look at draft policy in the emerging plan, in particular policy H25 that we looked at earlier on the inquiry today, what view do you take about policy as opposed to design guide?
So in terms of policy and taking Ms. Roberts' evidence, particularly on the BTR requirements and residents' needs, I believe it's correct that the scheme can demonstrably comply with draft local plan policy H25 criterion 1, as it clearly meets residents' needs as a build-to-rent product.
Thank you very much. And so we've heard the evidence of Ms. Roberts set against the evidence of Mr. Daly, who alleges, pursuant to the MPPF, that the scheme would not harm health of its residents. When one looks at the MPPF chapter 8 on healthy and safe communities, what view do you reach on that aspect of the council's case, please?
So again, as also explained by Ms. Roberts, I believe the scheme complies with the MPPF chapter 8 in terms of health and safe communities, as it promotes social interaction. It's a safe and accessible scheme. It enables and supports healthy lifestyles and plans positively for the provision of shared space. And it will also, through its mixed use approach and location within the town centre, provide direct access to services in the town centre and wider area.
Thank you very much. Now, if we look at one specific issue relating to balconies and townscape effects, we've heard already at the inquiry that the balconies are being provided on internal courtyard facing elevations of the scheme. How, in your view, do townscape considerations play into this issue of balcony provision?
So I was party to the discussions with planning officers on issues of appropriate balcony provision, and I certainly support all the conclusions that excuse me, Mr. Cafferty identified in terms of the approach to that. I think it's also worth drawing your attention to the conclusion that was reached by Essex County Council Place Services, or Historic Buildings Conservation Advisors to the authority, in their representation to the application dated 7th of December 2020, which is called document reference C42, PDF page 1. And they refer there to the addition of balconies as being considered a form that is less sympathetic to the existing form of Brook House in the Newtown development, which I think is particularly an interesting conclusion for the Council's historic environment advisors to draw in terms of the role of balconies in a townscape.
Thank you very much. Now, before we get to your final balancing exercise and the tilted balance, just want to draw together a number of other miscellaneous points which we can draw together under the heading acceptable in all other respects, if I can put it that way. And can we just deal with this? First of all, I know in your proof of evidence you cover a lot of miscellaneous issues that have been raised by third parties and otherwise, but the general position, first of all, Mr. Harris.
So the general position, as outlined at internal page 98, PDF page 100, is that the scheme is entirely acceptable in all other respects. And this is an area of common ground, clearly stated and agreed with the council.
Thank you very much. And we had a few early contributors to the inquiry, third-party representations, either appearing or having the representations read out by the inspectors. Anything you'd like to say about third-party objections, please?
So we had 3 third-party objection letters, including a letter from the leader, plus, you'll be aware, a presentation from the ward councillor. And I think from my experience of schemes of this scale and nature, I've certainly been struck by how few people have turned up or provided written representations. And so you'll be aware that a scheme's acceptability or otherwise is not judged by the number of third parties who wish to speak. But it's certainly apparent from there being no objector speakers and limited statements made during the inquiry. I believe that the extent of public feeling could well be overplayed politically. Okay.
There was a point raised during some of those third-party representations on community consultation. I don't want to spend long on this at all, Mr. Harris, but can you just summarise your position on consultation for the benefit of the inspector, please?
Yeah, so I'll draw your attention to the statement of community engagement or involvement, which is core document reference C21. And you'll see, sir, that was designed and prepared and implemented as a strategy by Newington, a specialist comms agency in planning. Section 5 of the statement of community engagement, internal page 10, also same PDF page, that summarises the key actions that took place. And I touched on it earlier in terms of what we had to do and more in terms of the lockdown conditions we were in at that particular point in time. And you'll see, sir, that consultation with the local community took place in May and June before finalising our application in July for submission then. You'll see, sir, that there were leaflets distributed to around 6,500 addresses in the local area. Particularly draw your attention to Appendix 1, PDF page 28, to publicise the scheme. And there were then 5 online webinars that took place. People wish to register and get involved in those. And then there was also a consultation website, which provided information on the scheme and an ability for people to communicate and pose questions to the project team. And with the 5 webinars that we had during that time, there were 42 people that attended and 76 feedback forms were submitted. But also, acknowledging that not everybody had access to the internet or was comfortable using it. We also made sure that it was publicised through the Basildon Echo. Then perhaps going back to the use of the internet, use of local Facebook pages and everything. And then we also provided a briefing for Basildon Council members on the 21st of May 2020, and I believe that was a very wide invitation. So in my view, that's the entirely correct and appropriate approach to public consultation, and is a robust and strong approach on the part of the applicant.
Thank you very much. And we had the statement from the leader, which I said at the time we would cover as we thought necessary and evidence. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, sir. So, as Mr. Lyons identified, much of what the leader said has been related to the reason for refusal. And I've also covered earlier the benefits in the scheme to the town centre, but I think there are sort of 4 points that are worthy of comment. Firstly, in terms of the without prejudice meeting that took place, I did refer to that in my proof of evidence at paragraph 520, internal page 24, page 26, and that took place on the 17th of June, but I only referred to it insofar as it was relevant to the steps that were the progress that the appellant was trying to make at that time. And the second point, I do not recall at that meeting the leader putting any options to us in terms of a revised scheme. I also do not recall any other councillors being present at that specific meeting. And so I do strongly object and disagree with the leader's comments on the impact on the town centre and the heritage impact that the scheme will have on Brook House. So you'll be aware that this goes beyond the position that's been agreed with officers in the statement of common ground. And there's certainly been no evidence to substantiate the point that was made. There's also been no evidence provided in that statement on the impact that this scheme will have on future regeneration projects. The scheme, as we've explained, meets the ambitions of the town centre as presented in the regeneration strategy in 2020, and certainly doesn't prejudice any projects in that strategy or anything else that we're aware that's coming forward. Quite the opposite. If you look at the evidence and the submission that's been provided by the college, we are linked and we are, I believe, an important early first phase of that. So, we are an important scheme coming forward in the context of the regeneration of the town centre, and it's material that there's a key stakeholder that is supportive of the scheme.
Thank you. And then finally, please, the tilted balance and the final decision here. Can you summarise to the inspector, please, how you think that should be applied, and indeed confirm your position in the circumstances, whether or not we depend on the tilted balance to succeed as far as you're concerned?
So my conclusion on the acceptability of the appeal scheme is dealt with largely in section 8 of my proof, internal pages 106 to 110. It's PDF pages 108 to 112. And having heard the evidence of the inquiry, my conclusions remain the same. The appeal scheme clearly represents sustainable development for the purpose of the framework and should benefit from the presumption in favour of development. There are clearly a number of substantial benefits for the site, town centre and wider Basildon area that weigh in its favour. No alternative evidence has been put forward by the council to challenge the nature of those benefits and why they are not substantial, particularly for a town centre where it's now agreed that regeneration is urgent. And so, yes, the reasons for refusal are linked to design and healthy and safe communities, which are national policy objectives. But based on the appellant's evidence, we can identify no harm. And I therefore continue to identify that there are no adverse impacts that outweigh substantial benefits when assessed against the framework as a whole. And then from a section 38.6 position, the scheme clearly complies with the development plan and the NPPF as an important material consideration. And then in terms of the tilted balance, the substantial benefits of the scheme and the overall compliance with the development plan and the NPPF mean that it's not dependent on the tilted balance to succeed.
Thank you very much. That's the evidence in chief, sir.
Thank you. I think it would be sensible to take the mid-afternoon break. Can I just review with you Mr. Edwards' time estimate? I think it was an hour and a half. Is that about right?
I think I'm going to be less than that, sir. I'll probably be around an hour, I'd have thought.
Thank you. We'll take a break of 15 minutes, if that's acceptable to everybody. 15:35, come back at 10 minutes to 4, please. Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Edwards, I can invite cross-examination, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, there are 4 topics I'd like your help with, please. The first topic is the approach to the planning balance. The second topic are the matters in issue arising from the reason for refusal. The third topic is the regeneration strategy, and the fourth topic concerns the benefits of the scheme and the weight to be attached to them. So if we can begin, I hope, briefly with the first of those topics, which concerns the planning balance, and that really involves starting where you finished your evidence in chief. Would you take out, please, the National Planning Policy Framework CDA2 and have the framework open, please, on printed page 6, which contains paragraph 11.
Got that?
Mr. Harris, there's plainly no dispute between the council and the appellant that the tilted balance provided for within paragraph 11 subparagraph D is engaged, and that is engaged. Again, it's common ground because of the constrained supply and delivery within Basildon, and that's the context, effectively, in which the planning balance falls to be struck. Mr. Harris, paragraph 11D, Roman 2, where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies that are most important for determining the application are out of date, and pausing there, we are in the deemed out of date territory here, aren't we?
Yes.
Thank you. Grant planning permission unless, and Roman 2, any adverse impacts of so doing would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. Mr. Harris, in the context of that policy test, if the inspector were to form the view that the position advanced in evidence by Mr. Lowndes and by Mr. Dealey is right, that there is here harm to the character and appearance of Basildon Town Centre and/or harm to future residents' amenity, then either or both of those elements of harm would be adverse impacts that fall to be weighed in the planning balance, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if the inspector therefore forms the view that either or both are adverse impacts, the task that he must then undertake is to carry out the balancing exercise in accordance with paragraph 11D, Roman 2, and determine whether those adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework as a whole. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so far as the policies in the framework that it would be necessary for the inspector to have regard to, those would include paragraph 130 and 134, wouldn't they?
Paragraph 130.
Yeah, that's the framework.
Yes.
Thank you. And 134.
Correct.
Thank you very much indeed. And where the inspector strikes that balance, i.e. whether the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits in the context of the framework taken as a whole, is a matter of planning judgment for the inspector.
Yes.
In the same way as it was a matter of planning judgment for the local planning authority when it resolves how it would have determined the application had it remained before it.
Yes.
Good, very much. Thank you very much indeed. And within the range of responses that the inspector could arrive at when striking that planning balance is that Mr. Lowndes, Mr. Dealey are correct, and that the extent of harm to character and appearance within the townscape and or to residential amenity is such that they do outweigh the benefits of the scheme when considered in the context of the framework as a whole.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Good, good. We can then pause that. I'll come back to that at the end when we touch on benefits in due course. So can we turn then, please, to topic 2, which are the issues arising from the reasons for refusal. And I'd like to begin, Mr. Harris, in just understanding what it is I need to ask you about and what really were matters that were covered by your fellow witnesses. So can we go, please, as a point of reference to your proof of evidence at paragraph 7.3, which is on page 54 of the internal paginations. You have that. Yeah. And you set out in paragraph 7.3 what you describe as the appeal issues based on the putative reasons for refusal. And there are 4 issues set out. We can see them there identified. The first is the approach taken to understanding context and distinctiveness. The second is impact on character and appearance. The third, but in terms of height, scale, and massing. The third is impact on character and appearance by reference to architectural language and design. And the fourth is the living conditions point. Now, as I understand how your evidence, Mr. Harris, sits with the evidence given by others, bullet point 2 and bullet point 3 are essentially matters that are addressed by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Cafferty, aren't they?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you rely upon their respective assessments in terms of impact on character and appearance by reference to height, scale, massing, and design, don't you?
I do.
Right, indeed. And therefore, on that basis, I don't need to ask you any questions, Mr. Cafferty, Mr. Harris, in respect of those particular impacts, do I?
You don't. That's clear from my proof.
Thank you. Good. With regard to appeal issue 1, as you identify it in paragraph 7.3, which is approach taken by the application to understanding context and local distinctiveness, and then justifying the townscape, architectural language, and harm. Again, Mr. Harris, some evidence has been given by Mr. Cafferty in respect of the evolution of the scheme, or the optioneering, as he described it. But you also, in your evidence, between pages 69 and 72, essentially recite the stages of the pre-application engagement, don't you?
I do.
Very much indeed. And just to be clear, Mr. Harris, you don't offer in those sections of your evidence, or indeed anywhere else in your evidence, any more information concerning how the appeal proposal evolved to arrive at the height, scale, and massing that ultimately became the subject of the planning application, do you?
I don't.
And essentially, in order for the inspector to understand that process of evolution, so as to understand how the scheme arrived at the form that then became the subject of the planning application, he needs to direct his attention to those parts of the design and access statement that we've discussed, and also the additional information provided by Mr. Cafferty, doesn't he?
That's correct, but also it's obviously the reason I drafted my proof of evidence in that way was to make sure that all the main reference points in terms of the various stages of the pre-app were there for the inspector to refer to.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I understand your position. Can we then move, please, to bullet point 4, which broadly is the issue that concerns the quality of the living conditions or the amenity of future residents. And again, Mr. Harris, there is a degree of overlap in terms of the evidence that you give in respect of that matter and the evidence given by Mr. Cafferty and by Ms. Roberts earlier on today, and I acknowledge that. But essentially, if I can focus with you on where policy and guidance lies so far as that issue is concerned. Now, point number 1, can we just go back to the National Planning Policy Framework again, please, and turn to paragraph 130. Just tell me when you have that.
I have that.
Thank you. Paragraph 130, planning policies and decisions should ensure that development, and then there are the sub-paragraphs. Can we go together, please, to sub-paragraph F? And that requires that developments create places that are safe, inclusive, and accessible, and which promote health and well-being with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. Now, so far as considering in terms of the applicable policy, the amenity of future residents and the design of the scheme directed towards that, I don't think there's any dispute between us, Mr. Harris, that that element of national policy is engaged so far as that issue is concerned, is there?
Agreed.
And there's nothing within the National Planning Policy Framework to suggest that the requirement for development to deliver places that are accessible and places with a high standard of amenity for future users applies to any less degree in respect of proposed build to rent development than it does to any other form of residential development.
Agreed.
Thank you. And so far as other elements of government guidance are concerned, I referred in the list of documents that I suggested you have to hand the PPG that has a particular section devoted to build to rent development. And I hope Mr. Harris, that document.
How much is this, Tara? Oh, that's good.
Sorry.
Okay, I saw that you've
I
messaged
think-
about the.
I think we've got some interference.
I think I recognise the voice. I think it's the council's legal officer.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
At least we stopped you before you said anything significant.
It's the first time that's happened with this inquiry.
It is.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Harris. That was just where we were. Yes, the PPG that has a particular section devoted to build to rent development. You're familiar with that plainly, Mr. Harris, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, and there's again nothing in the PPG that suggests, so far as standards of amenity are concerned, that there is any lesser standard or relaxed approach to achieving high qualities of design and residential amenity as it applies to build to rent development. Yeah. I mean, we can perhaps acknowledge that the very last paragraph of the PPG does suggest that local policies may take a particular approach to national space standards so far as build to rent development is concerned, but we're obviously not in that territory here in terms of the issues before this inquiry, are we?
Correct.
Thank you very much indeed. There is also, perhaps I hope we can agree, Mr. Harris, no exception in either adopted or emerging policy in Basildon that provides for a different or more relaxed approach to design and residential amenity for build to rent development.
No exceptions there.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Now, so far as amenity issues are concerned, there's been some discussion during the course of the inquiry in respect of the Essex Design Guide. Can I just see if there's any issue between us, firstly, on its applicability so far as the appeal scheme is concerned? The statement of common ground agreed, Mr. Harris, between the local planning authority and the appellant. It's core document E4.
Excuse me, I'll just grab that.
Yeah.
Got that?
And if you could turn with us, please, to paragraph 731. And it's on PDF page 7, I think.
I have that, yeah.
Yeah, and this is within a section of the Statement of Common Ground where relevant planning policy and guidance is identified. And 731 little d identifies within the context of supplementary planning documents and guidance the Essex Design Guide. And it identifies as relevant specifically sections relating to layout details, build context and architectural details. So it is common ground, I think, isn't it, Mr. Harris? And it remains common ground between us that the Essex Design Guide is a material consideration for the purposes of the determination of the appeal.
It is, yes.
Good. Thank you. Then, so far as and just to be clear on that, Mr. Harris, and this really arises from something that you said in evidence in chief, and we can provide the inspector with the resolution in due course. But were you aware that in 2018, following the publication of the revisions to the Essex Design Guide, that's version 3, that the council actually specifically resolved to use the Essex Design Guide as a material consideration for the determination of planning applications?
I'm aware that's the 28th of June 2018 resolution.
I think you're right, yes. And
endorsed a material consideration with effect from the 29th of June that may be taken into account when determining planning applications.
Absolutely. Let me just, you're slightly ahead of me. Let me just open up the document electronically that I have before me. And just to remind myself as to what it says, but I think you're absolutely right. That was the terms of the resolution, that the committee endorses the Essex Design Guide as a material consideration that may be taken into account when determining planning applications in the borough with effect from the 29th of June 2018. Yeah. And so if it helps, it's a one-page resolution. We'll provide that to you as an additional core document in due course.
Thank you.
But anyway, be that as it may, resolved to be, where appropriate, a material consideration to take into account, and you agree and have agreed in the statement of common ground that it is a material consideration, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
And so far as the Essex Design Guide is concerned, the focus in particular in respect of what you identify as Appeal Issue 4 has been on that section of the Essex Design Guide that concerns the design criteria for private communal space. If you want to turn it up, Mr. Harris, it's document B11 on internal pagination, page 79, although I suspect you're very familiar with it by now.
I've got that now, thank you.
Yeah. And essentially, Mr. Harris, if I can encapsulate what this element of the guidance provides, it begins by providing in the first bullet point on that page that on development sites larger than 0.1 of a hectare, there should be provided at least 25 square meters of private space for each home. And then it sets out some qualitative considerations. And then it provides at the bottom of the page, 3.154, that incorporating balconies into accommodation is encouraged and will be expected where the private communal space provision does not equate to 25 square meters per flat. And then it goes on in a sub bullet point that balconies should have a gross floor area of 5 square meters per balcony for houses and apartments with 1 bedroom or more. You see?
Yep.
So essentially, Mr. Harris, and perhaps I could invite you to agree, there's a sort of cascade here, isn't there? You start from, on developments greater than a hectare, 25 square meters of private space. If that can't be provided, then the expectation is that balconies will be provided, and that if balconies are provided, the dimensions of the balconies should be a gross floor area of 5 square meters. That's the approach.
That's the approach.
There's nothing in this guidance that provides that there should be a different or alternative approach taken in respect of any particular tenure of residential development, in particular build to rent, is there?
There isn't.
Thank you. And so far as the appeal proposal is concerned, it's common ground, I think, between us, it must be common ground between us, that A, 25 square meters of private space isn't provided per dwelling.
That's correct.
That balconies are not provided balconies are not provided with a gross area of 5 square meters in respect of each of the apartments. And we know that they're only 24%, I think.
Yeah, and they comply with the 5 square meter requirement.
And therefore it is common ground, I think, again, as it must be, Mr. Harris, between us, that the element of the Essex Design Guide that we've just been examining is not met so far as the appeal proposal is concerned.
That's correct, but I'll refer you to what I said earlier in chief in terms of how you apply that guidance, how it's treated, particularly in terms of the emerging local plan, and also the advice that we sought from Basildon Council planning officers in terms of its application, both from the start of the pre-application right through to their assessment of it in the February and April committee reports.
And right, on that last point, Mr. Harris, I'll come to CDC3 directly, but let's just put ourselves in the position of an inspector determining an appeal. You know, whatever may have been the position, and I don't accept your categorization of it, by the way, but whatever may have been the position in terms of what officers suggested at pre-application stage or during the course of the planning application or at any stage, the inspector has to have regard to the Essex Design Guide as a material consideration and also the appeal proposal's departure from it, doesn't he? He can then decide what weight to attach to that, but regard to it he must have.
That's for the inspector, yes.
Good, thank you. Now, so far as this point about what advice was given at an earlier stage by our officers, can we go, please, to core document C3, which is the letter from the council of the 13th of July 2020. It's the pre-app advice. So it's core document C3. Tell me when you have it, please.
I have that.
Thank you. Can we look, please, together at precisely what the nature of the advice was in respect of open space and balcony? So go to the third page of text. And I think the focus probably, Harris, is on the penultimate paragraph there, isn't there, where amenity space is referred to. You see that? Do you want to just remind?
Also, well, it's starting from the subheading internal design as well.
All right. Yeah. Okay. You want to look at the first two paragraphs.
But that's where the subject starts. That's all I'm saying.
You're absolutely right. There's a subheading internal design, but as I understand this, as I read this document, Mr. Harris, it's the second paragraph under that subheading, which seems to be the focus of the advice given at pre-application stage as far as amenity space is concerned, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we can see there the advice is that a good level of space should be provided. There was then a discussion about how it was intended to be provided. The provision of balconies was suggested to provide some amenity space and in light of the reduced apartment sizes, but it was acknowledged that the build to rent operator involved did not want balconies and the negative effects of their installation, particularly where not intrinsic to building design, were highlighted. An indicative layout drawing identified how there may be space to accommodate a table and chair beside a wide opening Juliet balcony, and that this would allow extra light and air into a typical apartment to fulfill a comparable function. The application should clearly demonstrate why the scheme doesn't require balconies. That's what it says.
Yes.
If we can just take one or 2 points from that, then please, in understanding what the nature of the advice was. Firstly, and from the first sentence, there was a clear requirement that a good level of amenity space should be provided, wasn't it?
Yes.
Secondly, there was discussion about balconies, but there's recorded an acknowledgement that the operator did not want balconies, and the negative effects were not intrinsic to building design were highlighted. You see?
I do.
So as I understand that reference, Mr. Harris, it was at that stage, the operator, and we know from the evidence this morning there isn't actually a confirmed operator, that the rejection of balconies was in part related to the desires of the operator, wasn't it?
The requirements of the operator at that point in time, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And that was one of the reasons why it seemed that it was recorded at pre-application stage that balconies were not to be provided.
That's how it's recorded, yes.
Right, indeed. And then the requirement in terms of moving forward is perhaps best identified in the last sentence. The application should clearly demonstrate why the scheme doesn't require balconies. So it seems, Mr. Harris, that what the sort of end point was in terms of pre-application engagement on this specific topic is that it was up to the applicant to actually demonstrate why balconies shouldn't be required. So, and it wasn't really, was it, Mr. Harris, that at pre-application stage officers were saying, you don't need them?
I think it highlights in the pre-application letter the fact that the officers were not applying Essex Design Guide guidance at that point in time. If they were going to apply the guidance, they would have done. I think any responsible local planning authority would do that. And then because we're in a world where we have to demonstrate we're meeting residents' needs against the emerging local plan policy, and as has been highlighted, I think it's on the front page of the, elsewhere in the pre-application letter, that officers were not familiar with build to rent. What they asked us to do in order to form a conclusion that a good level of amenity space is being provided is to actually for us to demonstrate that, not only through the content of the scheme, and how that space works and functions for the benefit of residents, but also how that decision's been arrived at as well.
All right. Well, Ms. Harris, in respect then of that latter point, you accept, I think, as is clear, I would suggest from the last sentence of the paragraph that we've been examining, that it was effectively the burden was placed on the applicant for planning permission if an application was made for them to demonstrate why the scheme doesn't require balconies. So that's where matters were left, I think, wasn't it, Mr. Harris, at the end of the pre-application process, at this stage anyway?
Yes, that's where it was left.
Thank you. And then so far as the Essex Design Guide is concerned, I mean, this is a summary letter following a pre-application process. Does it actually say anywhere in this letter that the council wouldn't be having regard to the Essex Design Guide in terms of the acceptability of the proposed development?
No, it doesn't say it anywhere that they won't be having regard to it, but it also doesn't say anywhere that they will be having regard to it.
But Mr. Harris, this is pre-application stage. I mean, it would be a very, very odd thing indeed, wouldn't it, for a local planning authority to say at pre-application stage in 2020 that they weren't going to have regard to guidance that barely 2 years before they identified as a material planning consideration?
No, I don't believe so. I think that the purpose and importance of pre-applications is that the clear expectations and requirements of a local planning authority are set out. It's for them to advise an applicant and the design team how those policies and guidance are to be applied. And if there's any outstanding issues that are to be addressed in the planning application, it's for that pre-application advice to demonstrate and request it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Harris, so far as effectively the advice you were given, as has been agreed between us, the advice was that the applicant could clearly demonstrate why balconies weren't required. That's where it was left, wasn't it?
That is the way it was left.
And is there any document that you draw attention to where the council, the local planning authority, advise you that they would not be applying the Essex Design Guide for the purposes of assessing the scheme?
There is no document, but all I draw from that is the experience that I had through the time working with the planning officers in discussing and negotiating the planning application. And then, as I've said earlier, the committee reports where if they felt that they wanted to apply the Essex Design Guide in terms of the proportion provision of amenity space and balconies, they would have applied it. And I would expect the local planning authority to use that guidance and explain, well, you either comply with it, that's the conclusion, or you don't comply with it. But there's an exception to that, and that does not take place in that officer assessment, and neither will we asked to do that.
Well, good. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Can we move to topic 3 then, please, which is the issue about the regeneration strategy. Now, Mr. Harris, the regeneration strategy, CDB5, and the draft master plan, which is also in CDB5, are effectively the suite of documents I think you had in mind in the evidence that you were giving earlier on today about what was the direction of travel so far as the council is concerned in terms of the future capacity, yield and reliance upon Basildon Town Centre to meeting development needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just as far as the components of those those documents are concerned, the master plan that the inquiry's looked at, document B5 part 2, we don't need to turn it up, Mr. Harris, at this stage. That has not progressed beyond a draft, has it?
The master plan, it's not.
Yeah, it's document B5. It's the Basildon Town Centre master plan. That has not progressed.
In front of me.
Yeah, all right. I mean, in B5, just to be clear, in core document B5, certainly the version I have electronically, there are 2 documents. There is the Basildon Town Centre master plan, and there is the Basildon Town Centre regeneration strategy, both dated 2020.
Sorry, I'm going to have to just grab those. You have to grab those, excuse me.
Yeah, of course.
Certainly.
Yeah.
I have them now, thank you.
It's going to open mine up electronically as well. Yeah, so in core document B5, there are 2 documents There's the Basildon Town Centre Regeneration Strategy of 2020, September 2020, and there's a draft master plan of May 2020.
That's correct.
Now, taking those in reverse order, so far as the draft master plan is concerned, it has not progressed beyond a draft document, has it, Mr. Harris?
The draft master plan evolved, as I've explained in my evidence, to become the town centre regeneration strategy between that draft in 2020 towards the approved version in September 2020.
Can I just go back to my question, Mr. Harris? Well, again, I'm not being tricky about this. I just want to understand what your position is on it. There was a draft master plan that was prepared in May 2020 that was then published for consultation. That document has not progressed beyond a draft, has it?
The draft master plan has not progressed beyond a draft. When I look at the two of them, they've both got the same front cover, the same images, both say believe in Basildon. And I think, as I've explained in my proof, the reason what changed from a master plan to a regeneration strategy was how the council was not able to ultimately adopt it as planning guidance. That's my understanding.
Harris, and your understanding would be right, that the master plan was intended to be adopted as a supplementary planning document, but has not progressed as a supplementary planning document, has it? And it hasn't progressed beyond the draft that we have before us.
No, but it evolved into the regeneration strategy.
I think that was an answer, yes. Leave aside evolution. Yes. We will come to, hang on, Mr. Harris. We will come to evolution in a moment. But the draft master plan, as an emerging SPD, has not progressed any further, has it?
If we're going to focus on the title as a draft master plan, the draft master plan as a title to a document did not progress further.
Thank you. And there is no SPD that's in existence.
There is no SPD, agreed.
And there is no prospect of an SPD being adopted that reflects the Basildon Town Master Plan or indeed the regeneration strategy, is there?
That's correct.
Now, as far as its evolution is concerned into the regeneration strategy and the weight that can be attached to that, can we just make sure that there's no dispute between us in terms of what you say in your written evidence and the position that you advance now? So can we go, please, to your proof of evidence and turn within it to your proof at paragraph 6.17. On page 34 of the internal pagination.
I got that, thank you.
You begin paragraph 617, the regeneration strategy has no formal policy status or formal weight. Just pausing there. That was your position on the 11th of October, Mr. Harris. Does that remain your position?
It does, in terms of its weight and status as a development plan document.
Thank you. And then you say it has, however, been used by Basildon Council as urban capacity analysis to support the emerging local plan and inform the examination. And then you give some particulars after that. Now, that was evidence that you wrote on the 11th, in advance of the 11th of October, Mr. Harris. Since then, you have had the benefit of the council's rebuttal evidence, including the series of documents that identify what the council's current position is in respect of that regeneration strategy, haven't you?
I have.
Thank you. And you will be aware from those documents, and you don't need to turn them up, but they are the documents that were submitted with rebuttals, including E2 and E3. Yeah, I don't think we need them, Mr. Harrison. If we do, we'll turn them up. That make clear that so far as that regeneration strategy is concerned, it is a strategy that is presently under review, including through the preparation of a new urban capacity assessment, isn't it?
That's correct.
Indeed. And it is not, therefore, a regeneration strategy that the council is now intending to pursue.
That's the position as confirmed in their statement.
Thank you. And that, no doubt you would accept, Mr. Harris, is a matter that does go to any informal weight that the inspector can now attach to that document.
It does, but the position, as I explained earlier, in terms of how we've applied that as a direction of travel, how it was applied at the time of the two resolutions, but also the input that independent master planners and property experts have had in terms of the ability for the town centre to accommodate growth, remains.
No, and I don't think you're suggesting, are you, Mr. Harris, that there is anything improper or unreasonable in a local planning authority determining that so far as a regeneration strategy is concerned, which has no statutory basis or status, a regeneration strategy should not be the subject of review or revision?
That's their decision to make as a planning authority.
Indeed, thank you. Can we turn then to topic 4, please, which are benefits? And we might have in front of us your proof of evidence, please, where you set out, I think, in identical terms in 2 sections, the various benefits that are relied upon. I'm going to use the section that begins on internal page 3.
I have that, thank you.
And in the usual way of there's unkindly proofs of evidence from planning witnesses in your position, you deal with benefits under 3 headings: economic, environmental, and social.
That's correct.
In terms of these benefits and the weight to be attached to them, Mr. Harris, it's no part of the appellant's case advanced at this public inquiry that the appeal proposal represents the only form or quantum of development that could be introduced on the appeal side. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah. The appeal proposal is as it's proposed.
Indeed. But there's no, for example, viability case being advanced on behalf of the appellant that seeks to suggest that essentially it's this or nothing.
We have not presented that.
No. Thank you. Good. Right, indeed. Good. And so far as the benefits are concerned, and I don't want to go through these laboriously, but as far as any form of development, mixed-use development that would come forward on the appeal site is concerned, there would be certain policy requirements and therefore expectations from that development, wouldn't there, Mr. Harris?
That's correct.
And amongst those would be development of an appropriate design.
Yes.
Development in the location of the appeal site that can be expected to deliver E-class commercial floor space on the ground floor. And
Yes.
any development coming forward.
And any other uses as well?
Yes, indeed, could be healthcare uses. Such
Healthcare,
as,
yeah.
things of that nature, yeah. That any development on the appeal site that included housing will generate expenditure within the town as a result of new residents being brought into the town centre.
That's correct. And the extent of that expenditure will be influenced by the population yield of the proposal.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes, that is entirely right, Mr. Harrison. It surprised me to hear you enter that caveat. Of course, the amount of the expenditure is a direct proportion of the number of people who move in. See, and the greater the number of dwellings, the greater the population, the greater expenditure. But the point I'm getting at, which I think you recognise, is that any residential-led mixed-use development on the appeal site, if it brings forward, introduces new residents, will bring with it expenditure.
That's correct.
As far as construction jobs are concerned, again, construction is a product of the development itself. Any development is going to bring in that kind of benefits, isn't it?
It is, but again, I think as we've agreed, the height, scale and nature of the development will obviously influence the magnitude of that benefit in terms of the construction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all, yes, of course, some of that's simply a matter of blindingly obvious, Mr. Harris. It comes down to a question of quantum and these kind of things. And also, insofar as the current condition of the appeal site and the development on it is, you say, degraded, essentially not fit for purpose, and therefore regeneration is an advantage. Again, any form of appropriate policy compliant mixed use development on the appeal site will generate regeneration advantages, won't it?
And it will, but I think as we've agreed, the magnitude of that benefit will depend on the size and nature of the scheme.
Exactly. Mr. Harris, you're entitled to enter that caveat, but I think the point comes down to this, doesn't it? That a range of the benefits that you identify within the section of your proof that seeks to list those are benefits which will in principle be capable of being engaged by any form of policy compliant mixed use development on the appeal site, and they are not in principle bespoke or only realizable through development of this nature.
To the extent that they are bespoke, and the substantial weight I place on them relates to the quantum and type of development that's being proposed. So we have to draw that distinction.
Well, yes, let me try and put the point a different way, Mr. Harris. So far as the benefits are concerned, a number of the benefits are benefits which would in principle be derived from any policy compliant mixed use development on the appeal site.
That's correct. But as I've said, the extent of magnitude of those benefits depends on the nature of the scheme.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Harris. Those were all the questions I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Mr. Lannes, any matters of re-examination?
Only a few, sir, but I'll be very brief. Thank you. First of all, Mr. Harris, you were asked questions about optioneering and the DAS. I just want to ask a couple of questions, if I may. I mean, in terms of the information that was provided in the DAS, can you just illustrate to the inspector, please, in your experience, what the quality of the DAS and the information it presented as far as the design approach, including height, first of all, please?
So in my experience, the approach taken by the SWAP DAS is ultimately first-class and exemplary. I was extremely impressed by the approach of the SWAP team right from the first pre-application discussion in presenting the approach to the proposal, both in terms of the height proposition, which you can see in terms of the height diagrams in the DAS, together with their understanding of context and Basildon as a place, right through to applying obviously the sources of Basildon and its distinctiveness to their scheme. And so in that regard, I draw your attention to the two design and access statements that are in the core documents, the GS8 and the Trafford House scheme, for you to see how the extent, quality, content and valuation of the SWAP design and access statement can compare with those.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to that in a second. As far as what goes into DAS and information with evolution of height in the context of policy that is directed at optimising development on sites, what view do you reach about the extent to which this DAS or any DAS would include information about previous iterations of a scheme design as far as height are concerned?
This DAS provides exactly the requirement that the local planning authority or you, Sarah, as a decision maker require in order to understand that.
And to your knowledge and from your experience of going through the process, to what extent were any criticisms raised about the nature of the optioneering identified in the DAS or produced by the appellant, by either officers or the quality review panel?
There was no criticism of the optioneering and the approach taken.
Thank you very much. And I think you mentioned other schemes. Can we take out, please, just to place this point in some context, the design and access statement for the GS8 scheme, please? It's ID1. I don't want to go through this in detail, but just to give a flavour, and others can look at the document in more detail as necessary. But if one goes to section 6 of that document, which is evolution, it's internal page 122.
Just give me a moment, because this is having to download again. That some of those I'd got on my desktop. I lost this morning, but we're getting there.
All right, it's another one of these examples, sir, for a large document that's a relatively short point, so it may take some time to download.
Well, I'll take a note, and
Yes.
I'll come back to have a look at that. It's halfway there.
Very well,
So
sir.
we'll take the point and we'll see where I am at that stage.
Thank you very much. I mean, if we go to the beginning of section 6, evolution, and page 122 and 123, Mr. Harris, and one reads over to page 124 and 125. Do you see those pages? It's internal pages.
Sorry. It's taking a while just to download. What's the PDF page?
PDF 62, Mr. Philbrook tells me helpfully.
I have that.
Okay, so section on evolution.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have reference to evolution, pre-application meeting, July, 23rd of July, then over the page 124 and 125. Further pre-app meetings on 18th of August, 16th of December. And then that's at page 125, then goes over section 7 and begins proposal. See that?
I do.
So, I mean, in terms of the information included in that, DAS as part of the scheme recently approved by the council, how do you place the approach taken there as far as the GS8 scheme is concerned and the approval by the council when compared with the approach taken in this case?
There is, in my opinion, quite a significant contrast in the level of detail, content and analysis provided in this document. It provides much less analysis and overview compared to the SWAP design and access statement.
Thank you very much. You're asked some questions about ethics design guide and balcony provision. I'll come back to that document in a moment. Just a couple of individual introductory questions, if I may. In your view, to what extent is there evidence that the Essex Design Guide specifically took into account build to rent as an asset class when identifying the approach that should be taken to design generally?
There is no specific evidence in terms of asset class.
And if one goes within that document to paragraph 3.147, please, on internal page 77. I'm not going to go through the cascade of policy in its entirety, but 3.147, the starting point is that densities above 50 dwellings per hectare and outside space at least 25 square meters expected for all homes, typically be provided in the form of shared communal gardens. And then we've seen how that then relates further on to provision of balcony space where that common space can't be provided. I just want to ask your view here about densities above 50 dwellings per hectare. I mean, what's the density of this scheme?
The scheme, as identified in the committee report, is 683 dwellings per hectare.
Okay. Any objection taken in density terms by the council in this case?
None at all.
Okay, so again, in terms of this question of how one approaches the design guide, obviously we see there its references above 50 dwellings per hectare, but in circumstances where one's dealing with the proposal at over 600 dwellings per hectare, does that, in your view, affect the way one needs to look at the design guide or have no effect at all?
It does affect it. It's ultimately, I believe, so quite a significant leap of faith from going from a guidance document that talks for about maximum 75 dwellings per hectare to 683 dwellings per hectare. And that was one of the primary reasons when having the early pre-application discussions with officers that we sought to clarify how the guidance was being used. And I also note that the approach and the consistency of the application or otherwise of the Essex Design Guide can be similarly applied to the determination of the GS8 and Trafford House schemes.
It's actually, let's just deal with the Trafford House decision, if we may. If we take out ID2, please, which is the committee report into Trafford House. Hopefully this one, as a committee report, wouldn't take quite as long to download, sir.
It's flashed onto my screen this moment.
Brilliant, brilliant. If we can go on to paragraph 5.7 So if we can note, first of all, from the front sheet, I should say, extra 3 stories, provide 151 to create 151 residential flats. You see that?
I do.
Yes. And if one goes on to page 32 internally, and paragraph 5.7.12.
Have that.
Okay, it says a new 1,250 square metre communal amenity roof terrace is proposed above the 3-storey roof extension. All the residents existing and proposed have access to this area. And one notes there the reference to 1,250 square metre communal amenity roof terrace in the context of 151 residential flats. Again, when one sees that in the context of the Essex Design Guide, do you have any views to express on that, bearing in mind your earlier answer?
There's absolutely no reference to the Essex Design Guide in terms of whether that's an appropriate level of provision or not.
And in terms of balconies, anything said about balconies on the Essex Design Guide?
It's the same approach. And I note that this scheme only has 16 balconies at a provision of 10.5%.
Thank you very much. Now, a few questions are asked about the pre-app letter, please. Can we just take that out very briefly? CDC 3.
I've got that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A number of questions were put along the lines of the final sentence in the penultimate paragraph on page 3. The application should clearly demonstrate why the scheme doesn't require balconies. We can see before that the reference to the build to rent operator. Just want to deal with a couple of points here. Obviously, that was the pre-application letter as at the 13th of July 2020. In response to this point, the application should clearly demonstrate why the scheme doesn't require balconies. Does matters end there, or did anything happen after that?
No, not at all. Sarah, I draw your attention to the planning statement, for example, in the planning application that was submitted. Just try to find the core document reference number, that's C10. An indirect response to explaining the position on balconies and amenity space generally. There is a whole commentary there in terms of the build to rent approach, but also the advice that's been taken at the time by Mainstay and the identified operator, and their advice on how amenity space and balconies and other considerations is being applied to the design of the development at that time. And so you'll also be aware from the chronology that's been presented that the scheme was revised to incorporate increased balcony provision. And that was twofold. One, at a request from the local planning authority in response to experience during lockdown 1, but also secondly, further advice that the applicant had received in terms of improving the level of provision of balconies to meet a specific requirement at that level.
Thank you. And if we don't need to turn it up, but at page 92 of your proof, paragraph 7.133, you say the total proportion was accepted by the council on the basis that externalised balconies in the town centre frontage facing elevations would not represent an acceptable design outcome due to the potential for them to be cluttered with domestic paraphernalia and have the potential to have a negative townscape impact on key retail thoroughfares. Mr. Harris, does that or does that not reflect discussions that were taking place with officers as the development of the design progressed?
It does reflect those discussions, and I've not seen any evidence to the contrary.
Thank you very much. And as far as the committee report, which then followed it, is concerned, what approach was taken as far as balconies was concerned, in particular in the context of the Essex Design Guide and the proportion of balconies?
There's no reference in the committee report to requiring a certain proportion of balconies in accordance with the Essex Design Guide.
Thank you. And when one applies policy, policy and policy H25, we've looked at already, in terms of meeting residents' needs. To what extent, in your view, does the provision of build to rent accommodation have any influence or otherwise on the approach to that aspect of policy H25?
It's related to residents' needs. Ultimately, build to rent has been identified as a specific type of residential. And in order to then address the requirement and request of the local plan or the planning officers particularly in terms of demonstrating needs and why that level was appropriate. We did that with reference to one, build to rent, but also the identified input and requirements of the operator.
Thank you very much. And just finally on this point, Essex Design Guide, any reference to reasoned refusal?
No.
Thank you very much. Let's move on briefly then, please, to regeneration strategy. And it was put to you that, well, the draft master plan was never adopted, and you said in response to that, well, it evolved to turn into the regeneration strategy. Now we're going to let the inspector compare the text in those documents if needs be, but if it's right, as you've said, that it evolved into the regeneration strategy, what significance, if any, is there in any non-adoption of the draft master plan itself?
Significance in terms of?
The fact it wasn't adopted as a document in its own right, the draft master plan, if it's right that it evolved into the regeneration strategy.
Well, the only significance there was that the council were unable to adopt it as SPD because of the policy hook. So instead, they took the decision to be proactive in terms of the approach taken from what was the master plan into the strategy as a way of applying and understanding the level of growth that could be accommodated in the town centre and on this site as a direction of travel. And that's you'll see is clearly expressed and explained in the committee report.
Very much. And as far as informal weight in the regeneration strategy is concerned, you've identified why you think it should be given weight. The position whereby it was developed with the advice, as you said, of the master planners appointed by the council at the time, and Cushman and Wakefield, what influence does that have on the weight that should be given to it in the context of the reasons for refusal advanced by the council?
I think that's a particularly important part of the weight that I do attribute to the master plan.
Thank you. And the extent to which it was endorsed by the previous political administration following advice from officers, to what extent is that relevant to the weight that should be given to it in design terms?
That is relevant because it's an expression of the independent advice that they received from their advisors.
And finally, on benefits, please. Are there any alternative schemes before this inspector from the council or otherwise?
No.
Are there any other schemes which could deliver the same or similar benefits as the proposal before the inspector?
Sorry, no.
At all or viably?
At all.
Thank you very much. And what evidence do we have to know what the council would want to achieve on this site as part of the town centre?
The only evidence that we have before us, apart from the appeal scheme, is obviously that contained within the regeneration strategy.
Thank you very much. And in the context of wider policy that you've identified in your proof relating to town centres first and minimising green belt, how would you categorise the benefits that are held in prospect by this scheme, please?
I would apply substantial benefits to that. Plainly, sir, the more residential development, the number of units that you apply in a highly sustainable, previously developed location in a town centre such as this, compared to using land for the greenbelt or taking land from the greenbelt, must be given substantial weight in the overall determination of this appeal.
Thank you very much. So what weight would you give then to any suggestion that there may be another way of approaching this site?
I give that no weight.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's the re-examination. You're on.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I temporarily muted because I was coughing. Just to confirm, I don't have any questions for Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So that completes the evidence for the appellant. I think we just deal with any outstanding housekeeping matters now before we adjourn for the day. Could I ask that behind the scenes there's some discussion in terms of the form and itinerary for my site visit in due course? So far as tomorrow is concerned, I'll just review time estimates when we start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I've got the time estimates for in chief. Those for any cross-examination may have changed as a result of several days of the inquiry. So we'll just take stock first thing tomorrow morning. Are there any other housekeeping matters?
Sir, obviously we'll review timetable tomorrow, but is it fair to assume that the working assumption is that we would try and finish the Rule 6 parties tomorrow, or are we anticipating the possibility of moving into Friday?
I think the anticipation was that we would complete the Rule 6 parties tomorrow.
Yes, that's our assumption, sir. Thank you.
That was on the provisional time estimates a couple of weeks ago. That was my expectation.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Could I just raise two matters, sir?
Certainly.
One left over from a point raised in cross-examination of Mr. Harris. So we'll put in an extract with the resolution for the concerning the adoption of the Essex Standard. We'll do that overnight tonight.
Yes, please.
So can I just also put on the sort of agenda for tomorrow, assuming that we're going to break, any written response to the 5-year housing and land supply position? Now, Mr. Linus has indicated the appellant is intended to put something in writing about that, and plainly a timetable for that, and any response would obviously be desirable. I'm certainly not suggesting we deal with it this afternoon at this time, but
I think it's something that if the parties can consider overnight, both in terms of Mr. Linus, but also the two Rule 6 parties as well, because clearly we need to establish some sort of timetable to deal with those particular matters.
thank you.
Anything else? Anything from Ms. Hall?
So yes, thank you. I was going to raise the point of 5-year supply notes. I'm grateful for Mr. Edison doing that for me. Yeah, so we'll need to involve Mr. Hill in that conversation as well, obviously. Speaking of Mr. Hill, I think he offered, there was some discussion offline and online about whether you would take Mr. Mumby and infrared first to allow Mr. Hill some time in the morning. I haven't heard anything more recently from Mr. Hill as to whether he still would prefer that order. I'm happy to be flexible. So I just wanted to clarify so I could tee up Mr. Mumby or not, really.
Well, I'm content to be flexible if there's an anticipation that Mr. Hill might have difficulty in terms of a 10 o'clock start. If you wish me to indicate that I'm prepared to take you first tomorrow morning, then clearly I will.
So yes, I think it might be easiest for everybody if we just work on that assumption
Shall
rather
we
than
work
leaving anything unsure overnight.
Yes, indeed. We'll work on that assumption, and perhaps if it can be communicated to Mr. Hill that that's the basis on which we're proceeding, so that he's not unduly flustered tomorrow morning.
I'll undertake to do that. Yes, thank you, sir.
Talking of being flustered in a morning, what I shall do tomorrow morning when I connect at around about 9:30, subject to Mr. Fennell being available, then I will test picture quality and sound, so that if there's any difficulties at my end, it just gives me a little time to seek to resolve it. I should say that so far as this morning is concerned, I've no idea what caused the issues or how they were resolved, because from the time that I tried to reconnect unsuccessfully, and then when I did connect successfully, I wasn't aware that either I or anybody else had done anything to resolve it. I think it was just a time factor. Whether there were documents that were downloading on my machine which was causing the issue, I don't know. I certainly wasn't actively downloading anything this morning, but whether there was some background synchronization, I don't know. But anyway, we've got through the day. Thank you very much for your forbearance and patience. I'm sorry to have caused you difficulties and added pressure, but the remainder of the day has been successful, and we are once again where we intended to be on the timetable. So thank you all very much, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.